Okay, hold on. Let me get this thing working. And in theory, this should be live. It's live there. Okay, for some reason it still says Kongray. It's not supposed to say that. I fixed that multiple times and it says Kongray. Oh my god, again, it says it right there. Twitter streaming is so annoying. Okay. So, explain it again with being more south than forecasted.
Right, so usually in the Western Pacific, when the systems get really strong, when systems get really, really, really strong, like Usagi has earlier
Mm-hmm.
today, they feel the effect of ridging in the upper levels more, and they pump the ridge and make it, not only to make it stronger, but they also usually will just track straight up further south. They
Mm-hmm.
will not. A lot of times, models will have systems gaining latitude in the West Pacific when they don't. They just don't want to. Think
Alright.
of systems like Mankut, Goni, Noru. All those systems track considerably south of forecast because of how strong they got.
Yep. And what about forward speed? Is that changed at all?
Not really. It doesn't usually modulate forward speed as much as it just modulates track.
Alright. So I have noticed that this is moving slightly slower than forecasted.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
Yeah, only around like 10 miles though, not by much.
Yeah. So, what I'll also say is this system earlier today, it caught everyone off guard. To be entirely honest, it caught me off guard. It caught literally everybody off guard.
Yeah.
Um, this system structurally yesterday was a complete mess. It had double eye walls. One of them was busted. The outside one was busted open. Inside one was really weak looking, and
Bad.
it
Yes.
it looked very. I guess the best way to put it is, it looked very vulnerable, very, very, very vulnerable, and like dry air intrusions or whatever could literally lead to the system never having any sort of well-developed eye wall at all.
Yeah.
Ow.
However,
Awful.
things changed last night. Things changed considerably.
And how'd
Outer
they
eye wall
change?
degenerated into just a band. The outer eye wall degenerated into just a southern band. It was no longer an eye wall on MW.
Mm-hmm.
If you were looking at microwave passes, and the inner eye wall began to undergo basically like a Hagibis or Wilma style extreme intensification phase.
Yep.
It shrunk really fast. It shrunk from like 10 nautical miles down to about 4, and it intensified from 70 to 80 knots all the way to 140, 150 knots, a matter
Yeah.
of 12 hours,
Absolutely
which isn't
insane.
unheard of, but it is rare.
Mm-hmm.
It was what I was expecting to happen to Taraji. I was expecting a similar intensification, but it never happened.
Yeah.
And weirdly, what's been found, what I've observed this year, is shear actually is a little bit better when it's a little higher.
What do you mean by that?
So, remember how Taraji, in its early life, literally wrapped eye walls around eye walls, around eye walls, around eye walls. It wrapped
Yes.
bands
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yep.
It was a destroyed mess on microwave. That was literally because, think about it. If you have nothing preventing banding wrapping around the system, what's going to happen to the banding?
It's gonna turn into an eye wall.
Right. Now, what happens when you have a lot of bands?
Well, don't they all just combine and become an eye wall? Or do they all fight
No,
one
they
another?
don't all combine. They all become bands that all become eye walls. So
Okay, yeah.
basically what happened is you just had this complete structural mess on the inside. Well, there was one main eye wall, but like you could see all of the bands competing and shearing the inner tiny core that was trying to organize.
Yeah.
And basically what it turned into is this just complete battle for dominance in terms of energy, and nothing could really strengthen, nothing could get done.
Mm-hmm.
So, you woke up in the morning and you just looked at the system and it just looked like this just destroyed mess. It had
Yeah.
clearly in our replacement look, but it wasn't even in our replacement cycle. It was just you know,
Yeah, storms
just
can do some
destroyed.
impressive stuff in 12 hours or 10, 8 hours when you go to sleep. Then you wake up
Yeah,
to something either completely destroyed or something completely rapidly intensifying.
yeah. I mean, what I'll say as well about Usagi is when you what I was really uncertain about was how a pinhole was going to intensify over 28 Celsius.
Yeah.
I was a little bit like, it's only 28 Celsius, and it already has an outer eye wall. Like, it's not great,
Mm-hmm.
but clearly it didn't care. It Once the outer eye wall got destroyed, it just went and really did some of the most impressive intensification I've ever seen.
Yeah. I remembered waking up and then I just see your message just sending me the picture of it. I'm like, wow, okay.
Yeah. Um, it basically did what Taraji couldn't. That's the best way I can put it.
Yes.
And observations, I'll talk a little bit about its intensity as well, really quick. Like its
Mm-hmm.
peak. Its peak was about 140 to 155 knots. That's kind of the range.
Wow, okay.
I'm thinking 145, 150.
Yeah.
Um, with pressures probably just above 900, 10 kind of range.
Mm-hmm.
And the system's overall, like, I guess the best way I can put it is the system's overall structure was like a slightly larger but less impressive Milton.
Yeah.
If you were to look up microwave imagery, let me send you microwave imagery of both
Mm-hmm.
peaks because I think it'll give a good perspective here. Or I'll just put it in the coverage team.
Yes. Yeah.
So I flipped the microwave image of Usagi to kind of, I guess, demonstrate her.
Mm-hmm.
But let me grab Milton's really fast.
To copy link.
I want to say real quickly, sorry for the background noise.
No worries.
Either my door is just
Let me
not thick
see.
enough, or it's from loud up there.
Now, what is important to note is that this was not quite as strong as Milton in terms of this microwave presentation.
Oh wow, they look
Milton,
so similar.
yeah, you could see the exact same main dominant band with
Yeah.
just a tiny little pinhole there. Looks
Oh
very
wow,
similar to a
no,
supercell.
very, very
Yeah,
similar.
exactly. That's why I was making a joke that a tornado emergency needs to be issued.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't be making that joke, but
Oh yeah.
but um, but if you look at them, note one thing.
Mm-hmm.
You see the weak link? Do you see where it says weak link here? At the
Yes.
bottom, even though it's flipped, that says 170,
9. Yep.
179. Yeah. 179. Milton's was 158 on its resolution, which
Wow.
is way stronger. The highest resolution is mind-bogglingly strong for Milton
Mm-hmm.
in comparison.
Yeah.
The weak link, I think, is like 130 something, which is the strongest ever recorded.
What does weak link actually mean?
So basically, the weakest convection, like in terms of microwave brightness temperature,
Mm-hmm.
it's the weakest part that links the whole eye wall together.
Oh, okay. All right.
The weakest pixel. So
Mm-hmm.
you can have a whole eye wall of 150, but then if there's one pixel of 180, the weak link is 180.
All right. Yeah.
You can think of it as like a team of four. Like there's one guy, if he's really bad, that's the weakest link.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's kind of the best way to think of
Mm-hmm.
it. But yeah. Um Overall, I mean, just very impressive. The polar image as well. I have the polar Dvorak, which, or actually just the polar image in general.
Mm-hmm.
Here that I'll send in.
And why do they look like supercells?
So there's just enough shear to put all of the banding on one side.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have any banding on the other side. You notice, that's usually a pretty sheared system. But
Yeah.
think of it this way. When there's a bit of shear, just enough to offset the banding on one side, a pinhole, even though it's vulnerable to shear, if it gets past a certain point, it really doesn't care. If it's
Yeah.
like a little, if there's a bit of shear, a pinhole is not care. There is a sweet spot that a system can hit where there's enough shear to prevent EWRC while also allowing the pinhole to intensify.
Yes.
That's what both of these systems got.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when it's too low, that's a Wilma
Yeah. Yep.
or a Taraji. So Wilma's MW presentation was just a mess.
Mm-hmm.
The ring temp wasn't as good, and there was a lot of banding surrounding the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
This, as you can see, is just one side is banding.
And here's the
So
picture you sent in.
that's the polar. So you can
Yep.
see that eye is so small you can't even see anywhere near the bottom of it on geostationary.
Yes.
So sometimes when storms get this intense and this small, they're like you have no hope of even seeing what the eye temperature is on geostationary. It's just useless. It's a lost cause.
Yeah.
So you really need polar passes like this to get a better gauge of the intensity of the system.
Yep.
It's kind of the best way I can put it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess I'll go and talk about the landfall a little bit as well. Compared to other systems, which the Philippines is used to very high-end typhoons. The Philippines is used to it. Look, you guys might have another one coming in 3 days. Just
Yeah.
beware. But
Yep.
this system, compared to others, it's as strong, but it is very, very small. It's only a tiny section of coastline that's going to get the impact. And because it's a pinhole, it will not last long inland.
Mm-hmm.
Once it hits the mountains of eastern Luzon, it will collapse. So, I'm thinking right now it's about 120, 125 knots. It's going to probably reemerge at not even 80 knots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's over 40 knots of weakening inland. And I think
It's not going to be over land for
it
long,
goes
but it is
further
going
west
to
like this,
collapse.
if it keeps on going further west like this, I mean, it may not even emerge as a typhoon.
Yeah.
So it's a very real possibility here. The
What if it
half
makes the
having
sweet
it,
spot right in here, like right in this little area, where it's not over the land for that long?
it's not gonna look at its motion.
Yeah.
You see how it's motion mainly?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess it may make it, but it's only gonna barely make it there. And
Yep.
it's still probably has to track over quite a lot of mountains. So I guess if it tracks over that, then you could see a decent typhoon emerging, 80, 90 knots, but still not
Yep.
anywhere near the strength.
And
And
here's
the
a look at the
water,
signal warnings that you were talking about on how small the impact range is.
yeah.
It goes from signal 5, which is pretty impressive that we now have signal 5 warnings, and then signal
I don't
1.
know why this seems weird. Actually, this map's
Mm-hmm.
really weird.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they extend the signal 5 down the coast some? And
Because
that
they want
that's
landfall specifically there.
I don't know. Yeah,
They're
that's an
forecasting the
interesting,
landfall to go like this.
and it's further south, so I wouldn't
Yep.
be shocked to see that county that's currently Signal 4 right south of it become Signal 5.
Yeah.
Because I think it's going to hit that county too. And probably at its peak, probably at its highest intensity on land.
Yep.
Um, but yeah, one thing to note is storm surge with this will not be as bad as some other higher end typhoons. Pinholes just cannot push the same quantity of water as other types of typhoons.
Yeah.
And rainfall, same thing. It's a smaller system. It's not. I mean, this isn't Congray we're talking about here. It's a much
Yeah.
smaller, more concentrated typhoon, and therefore rainfall, while it may be heavy, it may be very heavy, and flash flooding is a concern. It's not going to last terribly long.
Exactly. Do we have radar or is it down? I kept hearing
Definitely,
things about.
definitely not the worst the Philippines has ever seen.
Mm-hmm. I kept hearing things about the radar being down.
If it's already down, that's concerning.
Well, I mean that it's been down like after the last typhoon hit.
Oh, Yingxing? Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Since I'm not getting any more of those 30-minute radar updates, which were extremely helpful.
Yeah,
Far down.
that makes sense, sadly.
We don't really have many surface observations other than this one over here that it might go directly over, but that'd be after landfall.
Yeah.
Alright, here's satellite imagery of it. So let's see what count. Okay, it's gonna hit, I believe. Let's see what county name is that. Cagayan. Definitely, I don't think it's gonna hit Isabella right there. Should even go just slightly north. Yeah, the worst impact should be confined to these two provinces of Cagayan and Isabella, which Isabella's been hit 3 times, I think, so far.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt Manny hits. If it hits as well, if Manny somehow manages to hit Isabella as well, it's probably the unluckiest place on planet Earth.
Yeah. I mean, this
I
isn't
would
the
hope.
only storm. This is like the 4th out of 5 storms that they're going to be hit by the Philippines. We got this system Manyi all the way by
Yeah.
Yap, I believe that island is called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how strong do you think it is? I thought I saw some people saying it's near Typhoon.
Near Typhoon, yeah.
Yeah.
You can see the visible eye, but it's struggling because its banding is stronger than the core is.
Mm-hmm. So is it forming right down here?
So that's what I thought first, but it's actually a little bit further north.
All right. This is where its position was earlier compared to now. So you're saying its center is right around here?
Right. A little bit further south and east. Not like east slightly.
Like this.
Right about there. Yep.
So it's
Right
moving
about there.
slower and further south than forecasted.
Probably, yeah.
So what would that have on implications long term?
I think, remember, it's probably a little bit stronger as well. So,
Yep.
because of that, it's going to feel the influence of that ridge more. This is the
Stay
typical
further
Westpac
south.
thing. Yeah. I'm going to be entirely honest when I say this.
Mm-hmm.
Of any system in the Westpac this year, Manyi has the highest ceiling in terms of intensity.
Yeah.
And I said, like, the ceiling of Manyi is very high. It's a typical late season Philippine Sea typhoon. And when I say,
Yep.
like, it's not a system like Taraji where it'll
It's not a system like Taraji. Say it again.
has at least 2.5 days left to intensify at this point.
Yep.
At least 2.5. If it hits further south, 2.5. If it hits further north, you're talking 3.5 to 4 days. So,
And you said that even though it'd be further south due to its strength, well, the further south you go, the warmer the waters, right?
further south, the waters are warmer. So, it actually evens out.
Yep.
You hear me,
Yes. Yes, I can.
Chase?
Yeah.
Yep.
Crap.
Okay, he can't hear his technical
Hello?
difficulties. Hello?
Yeah, of course.
Well, for a minute there.
Alright, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I lost signal for a
No
second.
worries.
So, yeah.
Farther south, warmer waters, and that would be better for intensification, correct?
Considerably warmer, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the amount of typhoons in that area, like Yingjing, Usagi is the last one that's going to be able to use warm water to its advantage east of Luzon.
Yep.
Last typhoon. So further south, if it hits something like Samar or Catanduanes, it actually never leaves 29.5 Celsius or warmer water.
Yep. Let's actually
Which
pull that up. Its environment ahead of it, and stuff like oceanic heat content.
it should be noted too. It should be noted too that in the Philippine Sea, this late in the season,
Mhm.
okay, the actual thermodynamics are slightly better than what the water temperatures may say.
Yeah.
So 28 behaves more like 29. 29.5 to 30 behaves more like 31.
Yeah, but these are all 30 Celsius waters right down here,
Yes.
including some pockets over here. This whole area is over 29 Celsius.
Yeah, so this is Philippine Sea. This is, the most favorable spot on the entire planet for rapid intensification.
Yep.
Second to this, place is probably something like, obviously, let's just discount Westpac because the whole Westpac is favorable. But
Yeah.
discounting Westpac, the most favorable spots, other than the Philippine Sea, are probably the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic,
Yep.
maybe just outside of it. And, Gulf of Mexico should be included too. Caribbean Sea and Gulf of Mexico,
Mm-hmm.
and south of Mexico and in the East Pac is very good as well.
Yeah.
And the reason I say specifically south of Mexico is you've seen systems like John and Otis.
Yes.
And
Yep. Those systems will explode right along the coast.
yeah, so that's actually a weird kind of area because the reason that is so good is because the coastline there is oriented very well to literally spin up vortices super fast.
Yep.
So you'll
Are
see
you
these.
talking about general?
All
Or
right, hold
just,
on. I do have a
or
question for you though. Will oceanic
Yeah,
heat content be a factor for this storm, or is it moving too fast?
it's moving fast. It won't matter.
All right. If it was moving slower though, it has a lot of oceanic heat content right over here for it to use.
Yeah,
But
so that amount of oceanic heat content could literally sustain a Kong ray.
yeah.
Like you would need a Kong ray to even get close to upwelling it. In fact, look at the waters. You see the waters here southeast of Taiwan.
Yes.
You
Right
see
down
that
here.
big hole oceanic heat that's still upwelled from Kong ray.
Yeah. Insane
I don't
there.
think I don't think many people realize how big and overall energetic of a Typhoon Kong ray was. It
Yep.
dropped the oceanic heat content there to literally zero for forever.
You can see the cold pool right over here.
Yeah, that's very rare. In the West Pacific, that is very rare to see that prominent of a cold pool
All right.
from an actual system that's not like a Croza 2019 that was stalled for 8 days.
What is shear looking like for menu?
Perfect.
Okay.
Not too much, not too little.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's in the Philippine Sea in November when you have a pretty stable upper air environment like this. Like, so you see how you have where Manyi is, right?
Yep.
5-10 knots of shear. And you see this big area up here of higher shear and then just a kind of, I guess, gap in lower shear here,
Yeah.
further south of that. That's because in this area, south of the jet in November, you have this big ridge. Up here where all this shear is a huge subtropical ridge.
Yeah. We see that with this? No, okay. I don't know if mid shear can show us anything. Uh-oh, did we lose him?
No, I'm talking about mom for a second,
Oh, no
but yeah.
so
So,
when you're talking about Gulf of Mexico being perfect conditions for rapid intensification, are you talking about at this moment
No,
or
as in
in general?
like peak season kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, the Gulf is jet
Gulf of
fuel.
Mexico can't really sustain much right now.
Currently, I'd say it's hit or miss right now.
I don't think it can really do much at all. Raphael was the last hope for it.
there's too much shear right now in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Too high a latitude as well. There's a big cold front expected to come through probably in like 5+ days. That'll probably get rid of the last storm waters in the Gulf.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so what I'll say is, what I meant to say about Philippine Sea is, you notice that big ridge to the north, and just very, I guess you could say, stable to the south of that ridge. You can see how really just stable it is. Like there's no huge areas of high shear, no upper level lows, no anything like
Yep.
that. It's just, kind of smooth sailing a train for typhoons. You got just like tracks for a train, I guess the best way to put it.
Yep. So that's what's been allowing these storms to just
And
continuously
before,
develop.
the reason why it's November
one after
is so
another.
good is before you saw systems like Shanshan and Babinka where basically it was this big upper level low. You had all these huge areas of high shear over the whole basin that had a lot of dry air associated with them, and it's pretty easy to just kind of destroy any system. Even Babinka, which had the strongest ensemble signal I've ever seen, still did not live up to any of the expectations.
I did want to ask, is there ever going to be like another system after this, do you think? Or will we have a break?
I think we could see a jet interaction system in December.
Alright, but I mean like impacting the Philippines.
Definitely not impossible.
Alright.
If we get another period of low shear in December, definitely not impossible. You just need one wave and decent SSTs, like impacting something like Visayas or Catanduana is absolutely possible.
Yep.
It's just it's unlikely. Like 2006, for example, Durian, or Knock
Yeah.
10 in 2014, I think it was, or maybe it was 2016. It was one of those years. But yeah, definitely not an impossible thing to have a system that late in the year.
Yeah.
It's just that usually shear increases a bit in December, and the Philippine Sea even starts to cool because it is entering winter.
Yep. Yeah.
But yeah.
Alright, what is this firing up to the
And then
southern
I'm going to
side?
talk about one more thing, Chase.
Oh wait, first I want to ask, what is this firing up on the southern side? Is that just a normal band?
Well, actually, it's not really a normal band. It's what this system has had for a secondary eyewall its entire life.
So is this supposed to
Remember
be
the
its secondary eyewall?
Remember how this system had a secondary eyewall structure on MW forever?
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
And during its formation, which we didn't like.
Yeah.
Chase, remember that?
Yes. Yes, can you hear me?
Remember on MW, it had two eyewalls
Yes.
yesterday.
Yep.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Are
Okay.
you able to hear us?
Chase?
Guess you
Hold
can't
on.
hear either of us.
Can
Alright,
you
hello?
hear it now?
I don't know what the heck happened.
Alright, so yes, I remember that on microwave.
Yeah, so, basically, that is it's the same band or secondary eyewall or whatever you want to call it. It's just that it got sheared yesterday, which allowed the inner eyewall to intensify.
So is this supposed to be its secondary eye trying to
The
form?
outer eyewall of a system can get very badly impacted by shear and dry air intrusion, even when the inner eyewall is intact. Sometimes. It's
So is this
rare, but
trying
it
to
can
form
definitely happen.
another eyewall right here?
What is going on?
Alright. Alright, I gotta get going.
Alright,
I'll
see you,
talk
Tuna.
to you.
There we go. There we go. I can hear you guys now.
So
Service is being
is
really
this
bad
supposed
out
to be
here.
a secondary eyewall trying to develop?
Kinda, but notice how close it is to land. It can't even wrap around anymore.
So those would be stronger winds, though, still, in that little band.
Yeah, it would definitely be a secondary wind maxima. It's just not a whole full-fledged secondary eyewall.
Yep. How much do you expect the storm to weaken before it strikes land?
Same intensity.
It's going to
It's probably
maintain
going to remain.
intensity?
Yeah.
How strong do you think it is right now?
120, 125 knots.
Alright. And then what was that last thing you were going to say?
I was going to talk about the actual state of the tropics and worldwide. So this year we've seen peak season around the world did not happen. Straight up, peak season in September canceled.
Yeah.
But if you notice, during August and September, if you looked in the subtropics of worldwide basins, the North Atlantic subtropics were 29.5 Celsius. The Westpac subtropics were 31 to 32 Celsius. And the East Pacific was the only basin with a manageable, when I say manageable, thermodynamics in the subtropics to deal with. But the problem was with that basin is it's a La Nina year, and the season should have already been over.
Yeah.
So basically, peak season around the world just was not going to happen. But you noticed in late September to early October when the subtropics started to cool down, you started to get some cold fronts, you started to get more of the jet stream. The tropopause in the troposphere as a whole cools, but the water takes time to respond to that,
Yep.
and especially in the tropics. So the water didn't cool down, but the tropopause did. So what you end up getting is you get a lot more instability over the tropics, and overall a lot more thunderstorm activity and potential for tropical cyclones.
Yep. Those tropical waves would
Which,
be able to finally develop then.
yeah, so you notice with a warmer globe, that's actually what needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as in July, why there was a lot of activity in July is the subtropics take longer to warm up than the overall tropics do.
Mm-hmm.
So you still have enough instability during like July, for example, to get TCs. But once it turns to August, the subtropics are at their warmest point. I mean, there's no way
Yeah.
in August this year that you could have got the systems to develop with how warm those subtropics were.
Now, is this similar to, I think it was 2021 or 2022?
2022, kinda,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but this is a far more extreme version of it.
Yeah.
2023 had this as well a little bit. Notice in October around the world, you had all these rapidly intensifying TCs, and September, I mean, September was not an inactive month by any means in 2023, but
Mm-hmm.
you still noticed October was definitely, I would say, the worldwide peak of the season.
Yeah, that's just insane. How
I
everything's
mean,
really been pushed
you,
back a month or two.
yeah, but actually, I would say for getting really strong systems, it's actually kind of better
Yeah, yeah. Not as much
because
over competition, not as much, what was I gonna say? Not as much upwelling occurring.
not as well, more so, you have systems at lower latitudes.
Oh, well, yeah, yeah.
That's the big thing. Lower latitudes and colder tropopause, which is really good for high intensity.
Yep.
So, so basically, what we've seen this year is, even though we haven't gotten a lot of those high intensity systems worldwide, the patterns have been really favorable for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just systems haven't been able to put it together. So, yeah, it looks like that is a
What's
big
up?
VHC. I wonder if it's getting sheared a little bit.
Which storm? Uh,
Usagi.
Usagi? Yeah, I see it. Just fired up on the eastern side.
Let me see what this is. It's hard to tell. I mean, it's so close to landfall anyway. It's not going to be a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Well, what is
But
that gonna do to
yeah,
it?
not much.
Does that mean that the eastern side is stronger?
Probably, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I see we have a new set of hot towers firing up Manyi as well. It's just
Let's take a look at
Manyi
that.
right now is in its structuring phase. It's trying to build its eyewall structure. So I wouldn't expect like really rapid intensification to begin until probably 12 hours from now.
Yep.
Up to 24 hours.
Always has those two convective blobs surrounding a general center.
Yeah. But you'll notice the banding. Look at how strong the banding is on Manyi.
Yep, right there. This band.
That is too strong to intensify a system. That
Yep.
it's the reason why I've been saying it's not good for it to have that is it starves the core of energy.
And why is that? How does that happen?
Well, think about it. You need energy for thunderstorms to develop, right?
Yes.
If all of the thunderstorms are developing outside of the inner core, the energy demand is not going to be for the inner core. It's going to be for the banding.
Yep. Everything's down here. Nothing's around here.
Yeah.
Oh wait, now I see the new. Yeah, no, now I can see the new vertical heat towers just to the west side of it. Wow, that came out of nowhere.
Kind of did, yeah. I'm taking a look and seeing which way those are going. Seems like those are probably going to move to the east, judging by where the center is.
Mm-hmm.
Probably going to move to the east. This is probably the southern eyewall trying to close in the low levels, is what it is.
Okay.
So, in theory, we should see this energy demand change soon.
So where's the general center? Would it be right over here?
north of those towers.
Oh, no,
North, if
directly
not
north
a
of
little bit
them?
north. Slightly to the east of north.
Right here?
Somewhere, yeah. Maybe a little further east, but yeah.
Alright. So these are going to be circling around this way.
Yeah.
Okay.
They should be, unless the center's in a completely different spot to where I
Yeah.
expect. But yeah. I'm taking a look, seeing what people are saying.
And what are your thoughts on potential tropical cyclone 19? Is that a tropical cyclone yet or no?
I don't. Nah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, barely.
But I don't know what
Barely one,
recon
but
says
it's
though.
not. I don't think it's going to live up. Like, its track is just too far south. It's literally 30 miles different, and it would have been perfect, but
Yeah. I feel like even if it stays just off the coast, oceanic heat content is not good enough. These are the
that's
shallower
not the
waters.
problem. Because it's going to move north of it's going to move north of the landmass, not east. Which there the ocean
Oh
heat
yeah,
content's
yep.
fine.
Alright.
Problem is the problem is not that. The problem is that the ridge is too strong, and the system itself, even if it stays over water, is going to it's going to basically just inhale dry air its entire life. So think about it. A landmass
Mm-hmm.
heats fast, right?
Yes.
During the day, when you're like, let's say you're in the Florida Peninsula, it gets really hot during the day. It's like 90 degrees during the day.
Yeah.
When the water around you may not be 90 degrees. Maybe it's, 82, 83, 85.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a dew point, and let's say you have a tropical system, the dew point, the temperature and the dew point are both around 80 degrees. Maybe
Yep.
just a little under, but around 80 degrees in the tropical air mass. The land, basically you get vertical mixing to occur over land because it heats faster.
Mm-hmm.
So you mix out to something maybe like 85 over 75 at the surface or something.
Yep, so there's
That's
dry
not
air
a big
there.
difference.
But yeah.
Yeah, not a big difference, but that low level dry air gets entrained into the system. It causes downdrafts, which destroys the convection and disrupts the overall TC. It
Yeah.
causes your big dry air intrusions. Remember Helene sitting off the Yucatan
Yes.
coast? Same exact concept. Remember how the sun rose? It lost its convection and it just looked like this dry air intruded mess.
Mm-hmm. And what about barrel
It's the
as
same
well?
concept. Once it mixed it out, once the boundary layer had sufficiently moistened again and cooled, then you noticed, okay, Helene took off. You know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Chase?
Yes. Oh no, not okay. More technical difficulties.
Yeah, I have to just stand up this entire time, I guess, because it goes out when I sit down.
Oh, okay. All right, but yeah, I was saying
I
also
don't know
barrel's pretty similar.
a bit. Barrel, eh. Well, yeah, I guess in the Gulf, yeah,
Yeah. In
kind
the
of,
Gulf is what I was saying.
but that's an extreme example. Barrel and like Francine are extreme examples. That's
Yep.
not Yucatan. That's the Mexican air layer off of the plateau.
Yeah.
That's entirely different because it's
Yep.
not just a little bit different. It's extremely different.
Yeah.
Like that and that air mass is really only you'll see TCs interacting with that in that area because I guess Australia as well in like rare cases, but not really.
Yep.
But yeah. It's rare you'll see downsloping dry air that bad. So I guess Arabian Sea too. Like, but yeah, these systems here will not have to worry about that. Neither of these systems will have to worry about that kind of issue.
Mhm.
Since they're just all over water, and that's another thing. The Philippine Sea, it's the biggest. Like, think about it. It's just all open water, except for like
Yeah.
Guam or Yap or Wow, but
Yep.
it's
This
it's
whole
all
entire
open,
area.
very warm water. So as like any system going over this just basically has the green light to go crazy.
The only thing is the South China Sea, right? For drier air.
South China Sea, yeah. I mean, I think South China Sea is just shear issues.
Yep.
Lots of wind shear in the South China Sea. That's why Yagi is such an anomaly. Like, Yagi is the strongest, maybe not the strongest system, but by far the most overall extreme system that's pretty much ever occurred in South China Sea.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Holy. Well, it appears the core of Manyi just got a little bit of energy. Look at that VHT that just fired
Yeah, I see now it's on the west side as well.
on the new
Or
frame.
Manyi. Alright, let me pull that up.
Oh, wow.
Let's take a look at it. Hasn't
By
loaded
the
for
way,
me yet.
Chase, you there?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Look at the newest frame for Manyi.
I'm trying to.
Refresh your browser.
What time is it? Is it 040Z or 050Z
Uh,
or is
Maybe
it 1Z?
Tapaya would be better then. Pull up Tapaya.
What time though is it on the imagery you're
That might
looking
be
at?
the 50Z frame or something. It's the newest frame.
All right, let's see. Oh, whoa. Okay. Wow. And then if I go to
Look at IR. Look at
let's
OTT.
see, OTT, let me go over that. Wow. Okay. Already minus
That's
93
minus 90.
Celsius. Wow. It's exploded.
That is probably the southern eyewall.
All right.
Or what is, like, what it's going to be. So, yeah, this is probably the attempt to close off the core, if I had to take a guess. And
Okay, yeah, here it is.
kickstart
Now
rather.
Tropical Tidbits has loaded. Such a fast growth.
That's very good. For the system, that's very good. Because that was a dry air tributary, I think.
Yep.
So it must have mixed it out.
And now it's trying to seal itself away from the band right there.
Yeah. Because you can see that is not an eye. I thought this was an eye. That is not an eye.
Yep, this right here.
That is a big structural deformation. So
Let's see if we can see it on water vapor at all. Eh. Yeah, I see like a little gap right in here.
yeah,
Almost splits the thing in two.
yep.
So will this band die over the next coming days?
Hours
Alright.
should be hours. Because you can see it's further away from the core than it's ever been. And usually, what happens is as the core starts to win
Mm-hmm.
the energy duel, I guess you could call it, it starts to take off on its own, and then the huge band there starts to die. You can already see. Look at how big the band was compared to how it
Yep.
is now. You can see it's definitely weakening.
Let's take a look at that again. Okay, so right over here. If
That's when it was
I
at its maximum.
all throughout here, comparing it to
Yeah.
now, which is kind of like this, but I mean it is shrinking now. It is getting farther apart as well.
Yeah, so you can see the core is getting some separation from its banding, which is what you see.
Yep, and the cloud top temperatures are
Yeah.
warming, or are warming.
Also, one last note about Manyi, I don't expect a pinhole.
You don't expect a pinhole with this.
No, this is not evolving like a pinhole system.
And how would you tell the difference?
Pinholes usually, what you'll see with pinholes is you'll see this very small like central burst, and if you saw it with like Taraji and Usagi, you see this little burst, and it's just these ridiculously fast, and I mean they are just zipping around this tiny little common center when you see pinhole systems.
Yeah,
This more so, you'll see
kind of like this right here.
larger, more bulbous VHTs rotating around them. A more, yeah.
This was
So you can
Usagi.
see this. Yeah, watch later. If you can zoom it on later. Yeah, watch. You see how fast those little. Pull up something different other than Dvorak. It'll be easier to see it for
All right,
people.
let me do. Hold on, let me see how many frames.
Just
I have.
regular long wave RR.
Yep. Let me go to 200 frames.
It'll be easier to kind of visualize the difference.
Yep. Give me a moment. All right, right in here.
Hear me,
Yes. Can you hear me?
Chase?
Okay, I'm here.
Dang it.
Hello?
All right, there we go. Okay.
Um, I'd say that this part, though, was a significant portion of it right here that you could tell.
Yeah,
Right there on how
but
the bands would keep forming just over that center point.
look at the look before that. Look a bit before that. You
Before that
see
right
how
here?
bad the structure is? Look at how
Yep.
terrible the structure is. And then, sure enough,
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that the northwestern side was mostly open right here.
yeah, just completely open. Like
And then it seals
I
that
was
off
saying, they
right
were
there.
competing. And then you can see the inner eye wall. Once it wins, it wins. You can
Yep.
see how fast early on. You can see how fast these little VHTs are zipping around that tiny little point,
Yeah.
which is the massive signal that you're about to get a pinhole clearing. And sure enough, I mean, there it is.
Wow.
It was the system at peak, and you can see at peak just how small this eye is. Go back to like its peak IR presentation with this eye.
Yep, right there.
Yeah, you can see it's only a few pixels,
Yep.
and the satellite cannot resolve like 3-4 pixels and try to get an accurate eye temperature. It's not
Yep.
possible. So,
What do you think the eye temperature was in this?
well, we got a polar pass. It was at least 14.5 Celsius,
Oh, wow, okay.
and with a decent zenith angle. So probably like 18, 19 Celsius if you're
Yeah.
going to convert all of that. Which you look at that and it's like -5, -10. You're like, well, that's not that great. But then you see 18, 20 Celsius for a pinhole is very, very, very good, and is usually indicative of a solid Cat 5.
Yeah.
And it's not like an ETA or like a Rye where it briefly achieves high eye temp and then just dies because
Hmm.
of its structure being terrible. Like it clearly off a microwave this thing had a solid structure.
Yeah.
Um so yeah.
And this really reminds me of Noru, I think, when it's on its weakening trend right before its landfall.
Not really. I'll send you what Noru's weakening was like. It was not
Alright.
like this. So or like Noru looked like prior to weakening, and you'll see it's not really similar at all.
Alright.
Because Noru, this looks to me more like Jova's weakening more
Okay.
than Noru.
I was also going to say
So
Otis right before landfall.
kinda this is the problem. This is Noru's CDO. You're gonna see what the problem was with Noru immediately just by looking at it.
Hmm.
There's a very clear issue about a command before this thing weakened.
And what
There's
is that?
a very evident problem.
Shear right there?
The shear spikes.
Oh, yep, right there.
About 5-10 minutes after that image, the eye temperature immediately started plummeting.
Wow, okay.
The whole thing collapsed.
Hmm.
So, Noru's peak was only a couple hours,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly. It was about 150. It was pretty similar in intensity. It's just the weakening phase was very different.
Yep. I'm just talking about the satellite appearance, though, kind of. It's just mainly the thing of I know I've seen it somewhere where the eye temperature stays slightly warm, then you can still see the cold cloud tops around it.
That's in most pinholes that are
Yep.
sheared. Or that are slightly sheared or undergoing our replacement cycle, you'll always see that.
Hmm.
Because the pinhole eye itself remains there, but basically what happens is you get a thick layer of cirrus, which will never clear out if you have strong shear or in our replacement cycle disrupting the system.
Yeah.
And actually, in a weird way, our replacement cycles are kind of the same thing as shear because one of the main things an outer eye wall does is it shears the internal eye wall that's trying to sustain itself,
Hmm.
which is one of the ways it kills it.
Yeah.
So yeah. But
So how long until landfall do you think now?
I think 3 hours,
Three
two
hours?
two and a half,
Okay, well.
2.5 hours.
We have 90 minutes on the clock now, so I need to up that.
Yeah. Well, let me see. Let me make one last. It's now almost 01Z. Slowing down. Weird.
Yeah.
I swear, if this is really one of those systems, I'm gonna be annoyed. But yeah, it's you could see. I mean, you could see obviously our replacement cycle trying to commence. If this was to evolve, you hear me?
Yes.
If this were to evolve like a normal pinhole, the way these work out to sea is you get your massive pinhole peak, Hagibis, you know, DNMU, a lot of other systems. You get your main pinhole peak, Wilma, even,
Mm-hmm.
and then you could see how big this outer radius of banding is.
Yep.
In a system with slightly lower shear, that banding turns into a huge truck tire, like a
Yeah.
Conray truck tire.
Yes, I was
So
just thinking about Kongray.
yeah, is that my cat or is that a raccoon? Let me quickly check something. Give
Okay.
me a minute.
Alright. So I'm gonna up the timer again. Gonna up it by another 90 minutes, I think, soon. Just because it wants to take its sweet time, which I mean, fine with the more it does that, the more it will fortunately weaken. So we're just waiting on it to. We want it to weaken as long as it can. If we give it too much time, though, it will try and re-strengthen by forming a new core. Fortunately, though, time is not on its side, so it's not going to be able to complete that. Alright, let me get ready to fix the clock. Right as it hits that time. There we go. So yeah, we've just added another hour to the clock because we don't know when it's going to make its landfall. It seems to be moving slower than forecasted. If I show you all where it is supposed to be, it's supposed to be somewhere in here. Right now it's all the way down here. So it's moving slower, but it is moving more south and west than forecasted. So this would have it plowing into here rather than further up the coast. Still, though, it seems like it should strike the, let's see, somewhere in between Isabela and Cagayan, one of those two provinces. Let me actually add that into my stream thing. Cagayan. Or Cagayan. There we go, thank you guys for that. Just gonna add it to the tags just so more people in that specific area can find the stream. Cagayan. Typhoon. And then let's see, signal 5. Nope. Alright, so those who are currently in the stream, how are you doing so far? And if you're in one of these locations, can you just type in where you're located at? If you're getting impacts from it? I'm going to add a poll. Let's see. What signal warning are you under? So let's go signal 5, signal 3 through 4, signal 1 through 2, and then none. Signal 5 is in effect for the farther northeastern tip of Cagayan, including Santa Ana, which is about to get hammered either way. They are going to get the worst storm surge out of the storm, I believe. So yeah, even if it hits right here, the circulation is... Okay, wrong tool. Circulation is plowing the storm surge right in there. So almost the entirety of this peninsula would be getting Some pretty high amounts of storm surge, not as much as previous storms because it's such a small area of these strong winds. Keep in mind, this is still officially a super typhoon, but the strongest winds are going to be occurring in such a small area that even if you travel another 10 miles, you can be getting significantly less damage from it. And we have someone who's in a signal 3 to 4 warning. That's when it starts getting pretty bad, and you need to be you should be hunkered down anyways and under a signal 1, 2, or 3. Um, but yeah, definitely starting at signal 2. You really want to be hunkered down, or just take the day off, just chill out at home. Signal 3, 4, and 5, that's when it's really dangerous for you to be out and about. But this system is not done after it hits the Cagayan / Isabela area. It will go on into the Babuan group of islands. Probably the. Actually, I don't even know. It may hit just the western islands. We'll have to watch this very closely over the next several hours. It should be there at around 6, 7, 8 o'clock, which means it will have a good amount of time to hopefully weaken. This landmass should really tear up the core after it moves over land. Let's take a look. Okay. Alright, can't use that. Alright, so the storm is expected to move over land, of course, and because its eyewall is so small, it is incredibly vulnerable to land areas. So as soon as it strikes land, the eye is going to quickly collapse, and the eyewall is going to quickly weaken. So as bad as it is at striking land, it is going to weaken it for the Babuan Islands. Alright, hey, Crazy.
I am back.
Alright. I put landfall timing as 2.5 hours.
Probably close to correct.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, there we go.
What?
Menu is
Yeah, let's take a look at the menu.
there we go. That's dual VHTs.
Dual VHTs. Oh, is it to the one to the east or what?
Northeast, and southwest.
Alright, yep.
Parts of the eyewall. You can see that is going to start intensifying fast.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting tonight and overnight as just overall as DMAX approaches, we're going to see this start to intensify really quick. Also, PTC 19 does appear to be a actual bona fide TC now.
Alright, and how do you know that?
Well, there's definitely the central burst. You can also see pretty defined mid-level spin. Wait, is it? Might be second guessing myself, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It's very low end, but I think it is.
Main thing is we won't know until Recon flies in.
Yeah.
Also, does this circulation have any impact on the storm, the one that's just hitting Honduras?
Not real. I mean, it's not going to. Now, it'll be huge for rainfall because it'll just sustain itself, but it's not going to actually intensify.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that. That area that's supposed to get over 20 inches of rain, it's already dumping some decent rain amounts there, right along the northern portion of Honduras. Right in here.
Yeah.
Which is just going to saturate the grounds right before the system comes in. Curious to see what the next cone will show. Do you think it will forecast a hurricane?
Maybe.
Maybe, okay.
Look at where it is. Look at where that burst is as well compared to forecast.
Right over here?
Right. That's probably on the north side of the mid-level circulation.
Yep, so it's
The
trying to
northeast
develop down
side.
here.
Yeah, look at that.
That would hopefully make it dissipate. Hopefully, really weaken it at the very least.
Yeah, that's not getting past the land.
Yeah.
Ain't no way that's getting past the land.
If it was more north, it would have a chance. Like if it was over north of forecast, then it would have a chance.
Yeah, I mean it would, but it's not developing there.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably the impact of it being a pretty southward weighted system for a while.
Oh yeah, yeah. Now, why did models back off on the system developing down here?
Developing like further
East
to the
of
southeast.
Nicaragua. Yeah, northeast of Nicaragua, instead of north of
Well,
Honduras.
it's mainly because it's mid-level. Its actual circulation that came off of the Dominican Republic had already moved west when the models progged like further east, just moving off the Dominican Republic.
Ah, okay.
So it was faster, and the ridge is much stronger than forecast.
Mm-hmm. So it's pushing it down.
Yeah,
I noticed that after Jamaica had made a quick jog to the southwest. Then it kept moving west, and now it looks like it's trying to go a little bit more to the southwest.
yeah, it's just gonna hit land and just kind of hopefully fizzle. But yeah,
Does it have a chance at reformation in the Gulf then? Or at least before the Yucatan, or would it
if it
just
fizzles
completely
completely
dissipate?
now,
Alright.
I mean, all you'd get in the Gulf is just a front.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I see it has it as
wow.
a post-tropical system. Like,
Yeah, look at the
most of the
cold
latest.
front, by the way, that sweeps into the Gulf.
What do you want me to look at for that?
Actually, you can just look at that. You can literally look at that. You
Right there.
see, you see the lines. You see these contour lines here.
Yep.
The 552. You see those are height contours. Look at how low those heights get into the
Yeah.
Gulf post past the front.
This trough.
Yeah, and then look at temperature anomalies as well, and you'll see it
Oh yeah,
really
let me
well.
take a look at that. I'm gonna use the icon model, I think, to see the. Or wait, no, I have to use the GFS. Never mind. Forgot about that.
Go to a different locate. Go to US instead. I'll be able to
Yep, hold on, let me.
show you,
CONUS. Here we go.
and you can see 2 meters
Temperature
temperature
anomaly.
anomaly.
Wow, that's insane.
Huge front sweeping into the Gulf.
Mm-hmm.
That would end the Gulf for any hurricane activity.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Of course, you're still average down here. Southwestern Florida's the average temperatures, and then of course it cools down.
Yeah. I mean, it is going to be cold no matter what. It'll be definitely cooler behind that front. So, yeah.
Alright, let me pull up that front on the icon model right here. It doesn't show it that far. I'm going to do the Canadian then, I think. Yep, right down here you could see the freezing temperatures almost reaching the Gulf there.
Yeah.
Let's see, Florida in
That is
the
pretty
20s.
impressive. That is pretty impressive for
Mm-hmm.
this time of year. But it makes sense. Looking at Manyi, look at how fast that VHC went at Manyi. Go to
Let's
it's like
take a
the
look at
true
it.
color imagery
Alright, let me go
and loop it.
to satellite imagery, Manyi, and then true color. Let's take a look.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. Like a volcano eruption.
Mainly just because the substance from that banding goes away, so it
Mm-hmm.
just huge void ready to fill in the atmosphere.
Someone says strong rains and winds here at Isabella. That'd be Isabella province. So it would be right down here. Oh, there's a lot of lightning in the eyewall now. The northeastern
Interesting.
side.
Um, it's interesting. Yeah, so that could be as a result of this outer banding. ahead of the main eyewall.
I mean, take a look at all the lightning right over here that just forms up, or just
Yeah,
fires up with the VHT.
that's yep, that makes sense.
So would this mean that
Oh,
the winds are strengthening at the surface there?
at that specific point, it would be stronger, but the
All right.
system itself, because VHTs are associated with increased vorticity and usually will help to strengthen winds locally a little bit,
Yep. Cloud tops
but
have
it's
cooled
not.
around the eye. There, yep, or all around the eye. But it is under a gradual weakening phase, right?
Yeah,
All right. Do you think it will still have an eye on infrared when it makes its landfall, or will it just completely be done?
it should have a tiny bit.
Okay.
I mean, it's already
There's only like a 10-degree difference between the eye and the uh,
yeah.
convection surrounding it.
Look at this would have definitely underwent an hour plugging cycle if this is out to sea. Wow.
Yep.
See how obvious the outer eye wall forming is.
It's all throughout here, correct?
Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
IR, a lot of people are like, think that you can't tell at all if an hour plugging
Hmm.
cycle is about to begin on IR. You usually will be able to see it.
Yep.
Um, and on visible, it's very easy. Visible makes things very easy to see in our outer eye wall.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right, now what is all of this showing right over here? This stuff coming off, detaching. Is that anything important?
Outflow cirrus, that's very important.
All right, and what's that showing right now? That it has great outflow?
Well, yeah, it's basically pushing back. It's just creating its own void here to produce more convection and sustain as a system.
Mm-hmm. Because I noticed that earlier it wasn't having that, really.
Yeah, look at that happened as it strengthened.
Yep.
So you can
Everything just finally
see
detached. What was this doing right here? I noticed that this band was continuously firing some strong
that
thunderstorms.
how I said the shear can interrupt an outer eye wall.
Yep.
That's sheared. That's
All
literally
right.
what it is. It could not wrap up shear. So you see the same thing. Imagine an eye of that radius trying to wrap in a sheared environment.
Mm-hmm.
It would look exactly like that. It's just without the
Yep.
inner eye. So
It was this band
that's
right
really
here
all it
that
was.
was firing for most of its eyewall development stage there.
You can see there's a brief period where it got all the way around. You see it?
Yep, right here.
Yeah, and then look, it died.
Yep.
You see how it got all the way around and died?
And this one also tried to do it as well, and then just fizzled out. So the bands have continuously been trying to form to the south and wrap around in the northeast. I'm guessing this is also dying out as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes it to the northeastern side. It has some really nice convection now on the northeastern side. Got some minus 80s.
It does look like the inner eye wall is suffering from shear damage though now that it's
Mm-hmm.
weaker.
Yep.
So what you'll see in sheared systems,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see the sheared side, the side that's trying to wrap up shear, will be the thinnest on IR, but it will have the coldest cloud tops. And what you'll usually see is the down shear side has slightly warmer cloud tops, but the CDO is much larger.
Yep.
So you could see that kind of pattern already showing up. Think of Barbara of 2019
All right.
is a good example of if you pull up satellite of Barbara,
Let me pull it up. Typhoon Barbara.
not Typhoon, Hurricane Barbara.
Oh, Hurricane, my bad. Let's take
Yeah,
a look.
in the Eastern Pacific.
This one right here.
This one, right? Yes. So it's a monstrous Cat 5, but you'll see the pattern on IR very clearly.
Oh, that is an amazing eye. Just want to say that.
Yeah, it was a beast of a Cat 5, but
Let's see if there's any infrared imagery on it. Right through here.
yeah, you could see there's a better one. There's a better one that I think. Okay, you see the fourth one down on the far left?
Fourth one down on the far left, this one?
Yes, there you go. There's the very obvious example of it.
Yep.
Yep. So you can see the side wrapping up shear is obviously much colder, but you can see the CDO is much larger on the down shear side.
Yeah.
And the shear direction here, looking at this, should be kind of southwesterly.
Mm-hmm.
Southwest to northeast shear
Alright.
would make the most sense for this kind of presentation.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see, obviously, very clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so what should we look what should we be looking out for on Manyi over the next several days? Over the next 2 days? That should really determine what it's going to
Well,
do.
next, we'll be looking out for extremely rapid intensification.
Mm-hmm.
Is what we should be looking out for. I'm going to say one thing.
Mm-hmm.
The JTWC already has a peak forecast of 125 knots. This is not even, or it's just became a typhoon, probably.
Yep.
Intensity.
I mean, their current intensity has it at 40 knots.
What?
Yeah, their forecast cone has it at 40 knots. They'll update it soon, though.
That's crazy.
This was as of around 7 hours ago. They have it at 40 knots.
7 hours ago, I mean, it was probably about 50 knot at that point, 45 to 50 knot.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not terrible, I guess, but
I mean, once they
easily
maintain
now
their cone, they'll probably have it much stronger.
Probably, hopefully 65 knot, but probably 60.
Yep. Because they don't predict 65 knots until another, 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, but it is, it's very clearly already there.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, the core of this is probably going to be pretty medium size. It's not going to be pinhole.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to see this in 12 hours go from a mid-range Cat 1 all the way to a Cat 5. That's not going to happen here.
All right. When do you
But
think the extreme
24
rapid
to 30,
intensification should occur?
beginning in the next 6 hours, 12 hours.
Wow, okay.
And the next day is going to be very essential for development.
Yeah.
Because this is a larger core, the energy demand of it, when it gets going, it's already starting to get going. But once it gets going, it's not like banding around it is going to be as influential in all likelihood. Because usually as stadium eyes intensify, they're already pretty stable. They're already going to have a much more efficient engine going for them. So usually it's not like you're just going to see banding trying to wrap around to an EWRC all the time. That's just not the way it's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
That'll only happen when the eyewall gets so strong in this case that it's I guess I don't really want to explain it super well, but basically it'll actually just help on its own radiate the energy outward to form an outer eyewall. It's kind of the best way I can put it.
Yeah.
It'll only do an EWRC when that occurs in all likelihood, which will be a while from now.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And when should it peak, would you say? Will it peak at landfall, or do you think it's going to weaken some before that?
I think 2 days away from peak is probably a good bet.
All right.
Right now.
So that would be right around here is when it should peak, is what you're saying?
Yeah, and I think it's going to not... I think usually with these systems, they're not going to EWRC immediately.
All right.
It's going to be... Peak isn't just going to be, premature Cat 3 in all likelihood. It's going to be a pretty long-lasting Category 4 or 5 peak. Probably, if I had to take a guess, it's going to be the latter. If it is a decent stadium eye and it is stable, it will probably be the latter, a decently strong Super Typhoon Plus peak.
Mm-hmm. And about landfall, though, will it be weaker when it makes its landfall, do you think?
Could be. That's not
really
a guarantee.
Depends on how north it goes, right?
It's already south of forecast. Think about it. If it makes landfall at Catanduanes or Samar, it could be a peak intensity landfall.
Yeah.
Which We've seen those before in November. They are not pretty. They do not end well.
Yep.
So those we do need to be watching very closely for that kind of scenario at this point.
Hmm.
Because a landfall further south is absolutely a large possibility.
Yeah.
So yeah. Um,
It does seem to approach the area on around, this would be around the Friday, Saturday night border in terms of those in the Philippines. So this time would be around, let's see, same thing, yes, Saturday, Sunday night. So it should be on Saturday
yeah.
afternoon, right around here. So it should be Saturday night for those who, or no, uh, yeah, Saturday night for those who live there. Saturday evening, afternoon, evening into night is what it seems like for landfall, but it could happen earlier. It could happen later. We don't know yet.
I think judging by that forecast cone and where it currently is, I think it's tomorrow landfall is most likely.
All right.
You can see draw it from where it currently is, and you can see much easier how it's probably tomorrow.
Let me do that. Right down, right now it's around here. So if you actually keep going on the southern extent of the cone, it'd go right down here. But if it corrects
Yeah.
itself over time, make a landfall somewhere here on the southern end of the cone.
Well, that's Catanduanes, where you just highlighted, I think. No, it's actually south of Catanduanes.
I do not know what these areas are called.
Okay, so you see the northern island of the Philippines is Luzon,
Yep.
which we're used to.
Luzon's like
South and
this,
east of
right?
this. Well, yeah, it's that big island. But you see this island here to the east of Luzon,
Is it this thing
this
right here, or
tiny
is it
island.
this?
No, that you
Okay.
circled. That's
Hmm.
called Catanduanes.
All right.
South and east of that is Samar.
And that's this right here, I'm assuming.
That's Samar, yeah.
All
South
right.
and west of that slightly, that's called Leyte.
Right down here?
Yeah, that's Leyte.
Okay.
South of that is Mindanao,
Yep,
which is
Mindanao,
the
yeah.
southernmost island.
Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, Catanduanes or Samar is the most likely landfall point.
Okay. And the issue is, if it actually goes farther south, it's going to be making multiple landfalls, multiple locations. That's going to be one heck of a stream.
Yeah, well, you'll see. It'll see something similar to Haiyan. It'll slowly just churn the vortex down.
Yep.
But usually, what happens is these are all at pretty high intensity.
Yeah.
That doesn't like weaken a ton, especially a stadium eye going over those. Yeah, will not weaken a lot.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. Someone was asking, wait, super typhoon? Yeah, officially it's a super typhoon.
officially, but it
Yep.
likely isn't actually one.
Mhm. Right, their next update is at 11 o'clock their time, so that would be in around an hour, I believe, for our time. Yeah, in around an hour we'll get a new update, new cone for it.
Yeah.
There's nothing really for rain right now. I see this stuff. This would be Ofel and Manyi.
Yep.
There, of course, the main impact. Okay, that's tomorrow's impacts. All right, today's impacts. Here are the areas that are expected to get torrential rainfall. Of course, Isabella and Cagayan, and then the Babuin Island chain. Over 200 millimeters of rain is expected today. Thankfully, it's just that area, and then as you mentioned, it's a pretty small area of impacts. So really, this is the area that's expected to get 50 millimeters or 2 inches or more
Yeah.
of rain. That's of course just today. Tomorrow goes up to the Batanes Islands right up here, with over 200 millimeters of rain expected. And then of course, the areas around 2 inches or more, or 50 millimeters or more, is just the northern provinces of Luzon. And they also made a forecast on Saturday. Let's see, I don't know what. Okay, today's this day, tomorrow's that day. Okay. So I'm guessing this would be the third day then. They do show heavy to intense rainfall down here, around 100 to 200 millimeters. Here, is this the island that you were saying, Catanduans?
Catanduanas, yeah, that's how it's
Okay,
pronounced.
Catanduanas.
Catan, yeah,
Catanduanas.
yeah.
And then this is Samar, right?
Samar, yep.
Okay. Yep, I've
And you
been
see the
learning
one south of that
geography
is where it's
a
at.
lot recently by doing these streams.
Yeah, let me see. This should be Leyte. To the southwest of Samar should be called Leyte. Yep, it
All
is.
right.
Leyte is how that's spelled.
Okay. By the northern tip of Samar, these areas right in the circle are expected to get over 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. This could very well increase as we go with time and confidence increases. And that's the main rainfall impacts that are expected.
I think it should be mentioned that any city along the coast has a major storm surge risk with something like this.
Okay, with this next storm.
Man, yeah, the storm surge risk will be a lot more than with Usagi.
There's a lot of areas down here, Baraz, Gigmoto,
By the
Viga.
way,
Hmm.
forgot to mention, this Usagi looks extremely similar to its 2013 counterpart.
Oh, wow, okay.
If you've ever seen what that looked like,
Nope.
I'm going to send you an image. You'll see.
Hmm.
Very similar looking system.
Alright.
All right. This was Usagi 2013 peak. I was sending you.
I can hear the screenshot sound and you typing.
All right. I'm gonna send it to you in DMs mainly just because it's not actually related, but there you go.
Alright, thank you. Oh, wow, yeah. And I'll pull it up on stream real quick. Yep, here's the difference. Both were pinhole eyes. This one, though, is much larger overall.
Yeah, it is, but same idea.
Hmm. And the distance of this cone, though, this is something that we need to focus on. That, when you're saying that cities near the coast need to be paying attention, well, there's a lot of coastline to work with here. It's around 600 kilometers. But if we go down this way, that's around 840 kilometers distance of where the storm could make landfall. Or almost, yeah, 840 kilometers, at least in the cone. So there are
Yeah.
a lot of areas that could get impacts from this. We can't really narrow it down yet.
Yep.
Because this still has another 3 days or so until it's really over the central part of the Philippines. Now, when should the new cones be issued?
Exactly sure to be honest, but should be soon.
Right, because it seems like they've issued their latest one on Taraji, which is also known as Nika. So they should be issuing the other ones not too long from now.
Yeah, I would think.
But the island of Yap must be getting some pretty heavy rainfall. We can't see any radar on it, but they are getting that pretty intense band from Manyi.
Yeah,
And
I would think it
the
also has some pretty
Philippine area
strong.
of responsibility is 135 east, right?
135.
Like it's not, it hasn't
Yeah, I
entered
think.
it yet. Oh, wow, that burst is insane. That convective burst that it
Yeah,
just makes there.
that is a part of the eyewall as well. So
Yep.
very healthy that it's there.
Hmm. And here's Yap. They're getting now lesser impacts, I'd be guessing, from the band now that it's moved farther west. So really, they should be good now. They could always get a lot of stray showers, some isolated flooding, but they do look to be fine right now. Of course, it's been
Yeah,
affecting the islands of Guam earlier, and now it's approaching Yap and Palau. Palau maybe just far enough south that they avoid any major impacts from it or major rainfall impacts. Yeah, there's definitely a large area of impacts that the storm could deliver to, not just in the cone. A majority of the Philippines could get at least some impacts, even if it's just rain from it. Too far
Yeah.
out, though, to say. There isn't really anywhere that we can um, say they won't get impacts other than Mindanao, I'd say.
Mindanao, probably. New new Halfstrud came out. It shows 100. It shows a peak at 931 for Manny.
All right, let's pull that up. This
Each
one
one was
has it.
933.
Yep,
They
which
are
is very
so
powerful.
similar.
Yep. And then it slams into Luzon as again a powerful major typhoon.
See how close it passes to the island, though.
Yep,
10 to 1 us.
yep. And Half's B. Oh,
Oh.
wait, no, Half's B won't show anything, I forget. Let's actually take a look at the run of Half's B on the potential tropical cyclone. Has it pretty much dissipating.
Yep.
So you think that the National Hurricane Center forecast will get lowered?
Potentially, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Someone says that this would be the six storms affected Luzon. So it was Krathon, it was Trami, it was Kongray, it was Yingxing, it was Taraji, and this. Wow,
Yeah.
so many impacts. I'm curious. I'm just gonna check on my phone real quick how many
A
live
lot of them
streams I've
being
done.
pretty strong, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really do that many live streams that often. So if I just real quick pull up on my phone how many live streams I've done. Oh yeah, Babinka was a month ago. Then or like around a month, maybe 2 months ago. And
2 months.
but like over the past around 3 months or so, we've had Gaimi, we've had Yagi, we've had Yagi again, we've had Francine, and we've had all Philippine stuff or Chinese stuff, Taiwan, Babinka, Krathon, Trami, Kongray, Yingxing, Traji, Usagi. We've had 5 live streams now in the past 3 weeks, 4 of them in the past 13 days. That's just insane.
That's pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm. They just really need a break, the entire Western Pacific.
Well, it's the West Pacific. Sometimes you don't get one,
Mm-hmm. Someone
unfortunately.
says, Weather87 says HMON halves A and B had poor initializations on 19L. HWRF is
Oh,
the only
don't
one
even
that
get me
truly
started. Don't
initialized
even
well.
get me started about this.
Mm-hmm.
So, their initializations may be poor, but look at the observations. That's kind of what I can tell you about 19L is don't just look at model runs not showing a strong system and being like, oh yeah, they have poor initialization. So the way it works is yeah, they may not be initialized perfectly correctly. What's already south of the NHC forecast and south of the northernmost part of Honduras and Nicaragua.
Mm-hmm.
It's already south of that latitude. So there's a ridge building in, and you're banking on the system to move northwest to avoid those landmasses. I don't know how that's going to happen,
Yep.
basically. So, pretty much no matter what, it's not going to have the scenarios you were seeing yesterday. Those were
Mm-hmm.
erroneous.
So what do you
It's
think it's going to be like
pretty
for
clear.
Florida if it is able to, or if it does strike those land masses?
Well,
Will it be anything for Florida?
no.
Well, okay.
The simple answer is just no.
Wow.
Like, maybe an increased thunderstorm risk or something, but
Mm-hmm.
not a hurricane. Because the spin, if it just stays over Central America, the spin's just going to die.
Yep.
So, sometimes you can get vortex reformation in the North Caribbean, but That's rare and usually is a very specific scenario where you have
Mm-hmm.
to get that torch.
Yep.
So I would not bank on that.
Mm-hmm. What do you think the new NHC cone will do in terms of peak intensity?
Drop it.
Mm-hmm. How much do you think?
They'll start by lowering at 5-10 knots.
All right. Shelby
And
says,
as far
so far, Western Pacific is the most active this November than the Atlantic. And so Western Pacific, so far in November, most active basin of the year so far, or month,
yeah,
by
the
far.
the West Pacific in November is expected to be the most active
All right, I thought
in
it was going
any
to be
any
October.
any given year. What I'm saying, in out of all of the basins is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. That makes sense.
Out of all of the basins in November, it is definitely expected to be the most active.
Yep.
During October, it's a lot easier to get recurving systems. You'll
Mm-hmm.
notice like Haggadis or Belavin or a lot of those. During November, not so much
Yeah.
in most years. Usually, you'll get a lot of these ridge ride or these sort of systems that ride under the ridge, low rider kind of systems. And that's
Mm-hmm.
exactly what we're.
I remember model runs on Usagi had it having like a 50-50 shot of striking the Philippines, like ensembles. And, it's been on the southern end, and so the southern end of the middle is over the Philippines, and that's what it's trying to do right now.
Yeah, which, as I've said before, with the ridge, that's kind of what you expect.
Mm-hmm. Things to be a
So,
little bit more south than forecasted, so it wasn't really a 50-50 shot, even though that's what ensembles were kind of showing.
and it's the same thing with Cadanduanas and Samar. It may
Mm-hmm.
look like a 50-50 shot. It's not a 50-50 shot. It's probably more like 70-30 or something like that.
Yep. I'm going to pull up Tomer Berg's website. Let's see if he has any good graphics on probabilities.
You just
Okay.
generally should expect systems to track south of forecast in this area.
Here's what his thing shows, or on terms of ensembles, right here. This is pretty far north, wouldn't you say?
For Manyi,
Yep.
yes. That is not where I expect it to track.
Should track something like this, right?
Yes.
And this is a pretty good reason why Metro Manila should be watching this pretty closely. They could receive some pretty harsh impacts from the system.
It's pretty important to note as well with systems like this. Like, in the West Pacific, you'll see it time and time again with systems that develop way out here, is they're just always forecasted too far north by models. It's
Yep.
just a thing that happens.
And also in the
Every.
long term, we'll need to be talking about a potential Vietnam impact. Nothing much, just
Yeah.
similar to the past storm of, I forget the, Yinzing.
I want to say something.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the most extreme example of all of the models getting the track wrong in the early stages?
What?
Do you remember right before Mawar bombed where models had it going?
Nope, I do not remember that.
They had it recurving northeast.
Oh, wow.
They had it recurving northeast and it went due west.
Okay, I'm gonna pull that up on,
The, the early models for Mawar, when it got to Guam, had it moving northeast away.
let's see. More was what year? Oh, found it. Yep,
2023.
got it. Alright, so model guidance. Let's take a look. Oh, wait, no, wrong thing. Archive. Loop. Here's Mawar.
Early on.
Like this, or where?
Even a little bit before.
This is the earliest I can go.
All of the models. Yeah, so it's actually earlier than that, a little
Alright,
bit.
before it got its
They had it,
circulation going.
they had it moving. You see where it turns west?
Yep.
They had it going the opposite direction at that point.
Oh, wow.
And you can see how different it ended up being.
Yep. Let's take a look at the how the track has shifted on Manyi over time. Actually, first, if we take a look at ensemble confidence, it is pretty higher than normal. I mean, they're clustered a lot closer than they normally are, especially all the way out to 7 days.
Yeah,
which is
but
why
you'll
it got.
notice,
Hmm.
you know, another system that had a
What?
similar sort of banana-like track to this
What?
and never recurved to the north like expected?
What?
Irma.
Irma. All right. Yep.
Remember how it moved southwest and then under the
Yes.
ridge? That's the
Yep.
same thing.
Hmm. It is quite
So,
interesting seeing this trend continue to move more and more to the southwest.
yeah, it's pretty. And notice too,
Now it curves
in
more
these
north.
tracks, you see how they end really quickly, and then look here. You
Hmm.
see how the basically these early tracks that had it further north and way north of Guam,
Hmm.
those had it basically dissipating at that point.
Yep.
Those all had it dissipating. Now, instead, we see it's intensifying rapidly because it made it past the shear.
Yeah.
It slid south of it. So,
Find crazy how instead of it being a 25 knot remnant low, it's expected to be a powerful major Category 4 typhoon.
yep, basically.
Hmm.
We knew it was a possibility early on. We just didn't, know the chances of it actually
Yep.
surviving. It barely made it through. I mean, this system has had a very troubled early life. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. But it is interesting to note that at the very end of the forecast, it is a little bit more north than it was 6 hours ago or 12 hours ago.
I wouldn't put much stock in it.
All right. I don't know if it would be that if it curves more to the south now, it'd curve more to the north later.
Not really. No, not really.
All right.
Usually, usually with these parabolic paths, the further south they move. Look at these tracks. You see how it moves further north. These north tracks have it curving north much quicker.
Yep.
And look, the ones that are further south, like in reality, don't even have a north turn hardly at all.
Yeah.
So you can kind of see the
Even
way
these
these
ones right down
tracks
here.
move. Yeah, you can
All
see
right.
the kind of a Slav.
And then here's a look at the trends of ensembles over time there. This shows a pretty better idea of where it could go and following the Joint Typhoon Warning Center cone. Right in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you something too, Chase. This is
Hmm.
microwave a man you
All right.
putting it in the chat. Not a great resolution, but it gives a good idea of what's happening.
Okay.
Remember
Just
how it says
pull up
not going
that.
to be a pinhole?
Yep. It's a much broader.
That is not a pinhole, but about the perfect size for representation.
Yep, and you can see that one band moving away from Yap.
Moving further to the southwest as the system does as well, but
Yeah.
overall it's distancing itself from the core slightly.
Hmm.
So yeah, this is overall very good for intensification as a whole.
Yep. Ying. Someone says Yinzing I won't go away. I don't know what they mean by that. I think that they're talking about this system. Its I just won't go away.
Yeah.
That's typically the case with pinholes, as you were saying.
Although it's already pretty much gone on IR. It's just on
Yep.
invisible. It's still there.
Oh, invisible, it's still there. I haven't checked that. Yeah, I see it. Here,
You can
Depaya
see
would
how
show it
thick
better.
the cirrus layer is, though.
I'll try and pull it up on Depaya. If I go to Enhanced Visible, I don't really see it as much. It's
Well, you
just
see
all
that's just
cloud.
the cirrus layer. You can
Yep.
see where the VHPs are rotating around. It's
Yep. Right in here.
just because it's a clouded eye doesn't mean it's not an eye.
Yep. On radar, you would be able to see it a lot better.
Yeah. Although it probably would look pretty damaged on radar if I had to take a guess.
Yeah.
So
Sadly, we don't have radar right now. In around 43 minutes, we'll get a new Pagasa update.
Unless
Yep, and we'll see what they want the storm to do. When should the new Joint Typhoon Warning Center cones come out again?
lag.
I'm sorry. When do you think the Joint Typhoon Warning Center cones will come out?
I think should be very soon.
Okay. Yeah, because I noticed that we already got the newer one from Taraji. We
Yeah, so
just
they're
don't.
probably working on them.
Yep. Of course, they have to work on three separate systems, so that does mean a lot of work they have to put in.
Pretty rare that you have to work on three separate systems this time of year, but definitely not. I guess it is pretty unheard of, actually. Now I think about it, but
Hmm.
in the Westpac, working on three separate systems as a whole, that's not unheard of.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm wondering where the eye is right now compared to this band. Hold on, let me leave and rejoin a
Hmm.
second because I want to go Discord.
All right. I'm just typing
Oh,
something in somewhere. Yep.
I guess this would be the northeastern Iowa. Wondering what? No, this is northeastern Iowa.
Okay, new cone just came out.
For Manyi.
Yep, Manyi, it's I don't know really much of a difference. It might have shifted slightly more north. I don't know. This is where they had the center at as of 7 o'clock. Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay.
What?
If they have it at. Okay, I need to see how strong they have it at. Because I have it at
That is
kilometers per
not the
hour.
center.
They have upped it to 50 miles per hour.
I
50
don't
miles.
even want to see this fix. I don't even want to see this fix.
Hmm. They forecast it to finally
Oh,
become a typhoon in around 12 hours or so. Then Category 2 in around 24 hours. Then Category 3 in 36. Then finally peaking out at 125 knots in 48 hours.
what?
They have it peaking out still at 125 knots. I can't tell if the cone shifted any more north or south than before. I think it shifted slightly more north.
I will probably because they think it's still slightly more what?
Slightly more to the north, actually, at the
That
very
doesn't.
end. Because
That
this,
does
remember
not.
this island right here? I believe in the beginning it had it going down the center of it. Now it's gone a little bit more north.
Yeah, I don't. I don't buy into it.
Hmm. They still have it slamming into Luzon as a very strong typhoon. Let me pull up on my phone what it would be in miles per hour, or what category. Oops. Okay. Then pretty soon we should get a new cone on. Okay, so they have it slamming into Luzon as a high-end Category 3, 125 miles per hour, 120. So, yep, high-end to mid-range Category 3, I'd say.
Yeah.
Has it exiting as a minimal typhoon, and then of course weakening as a severe tropical storm. This is such an interesting forecast cone. I really like how it's shaped. It's pretty cool in my opinion.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty typical for a system at this time of year. I feel like for that to have
Yep.
that track.
Just that some of these other storms make such a weird cone. Cones. This is
Yeah.
such a nice and neat and clean cone. How it's moving like the same speed its whole life there. Reminds me a lot of Haiyan in terms of its forecast cones.
I mean, yeah, in terms of just overall the system as well.
Yep. So yeah, any moment now we should be getting a new cone on Usagi, which then we'll see the new forecasted landfall timing. As of this time, this is of course Eastern Standard Time. It wanted it to make landfall at around 12:40ish. So we'll compare that with the new one that comes out. Of course, they should shift it farther southwest. And this would have implications on Taiwan, correct?
The track of it?
Yes.
Some, yeah.
So if it does move farther southwest, then it would strike Taiwan, potentially as a typhoon or severe tropical storm. But it might just narrowly miss the Babuan Islands entirely if it stays on the southwestern track. In terms of a landfall, they'll still get impacts either way.
It'll be the southwestern Babuan Islands that get direct landfall
Yep.
at that rate. So,
Mm-hmm. Someone was joking in the chat saying, analysis confidence initial position high, initial intensity high. So they're high confidence at 50 miles per hour.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Oh my.
Someone says, I think Metro Manila should be watching for Manyi, question mark. Yeah, I do think that they should be watching out for it. Here's the cone. The center of the cone, it's
Hold on,
only
let me pull up
around
the website really quick. I'm gonna read this.
all right, 130 kilometers away from the center of the cone. But this cone is a little bit skewed to the north, so it could be around 100 kilometers away, or it could be direct impact. We don't know yet.
Alright. I'm trying to find their um
Oh my god, the cone on here looks like a complete disaster because it's zoomed out.
oh great, they put nothing in the meteorology reasoning this time. Nice.
Source, trust me, bro. Um, Sebastian says, hi, Chase. Hello. Don't forget to say hello to my other person streaming crazy.
What's up?
Um, Shelby says, doing a live stream on Manyi Landfall, you know it. I am definitely going to be doing a stream on that.
Yeah, it'll definitely be worth it.
Yep. We're going to keep churning out streams every time a system is impacting the Philippines. So this one's going to be quite a long stream because if the Babuan Islands do get impacts from it, we may also be doing a live stream on it if it impacts Taiwan as a typhoon. So there's multiple streams ahead, so this certainly will not be the final one. Hey, for some reason I don't see 95S marked here. What are your thoughts on that storm? Have you taken a look at it?
Look at what?
A 95S, or whatever the Southern Hemisphere storm is.
I have not. Let me actually go pull it up.
Because it looks like a decent
I
tropical cyclone.
95S?
Mm-hmm.
Probably is. Did it in a couple days, and I knew it was forecast to become one.
May even be a tropical storm at this point.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I don't know why the clock is like
Oh,
this.
wow. Very monsoonal looking.
Mm-hmm. Has a really nice
That-
band to its northeast and southeast.
Hold on, let me do something really quick.
Mm-hmm.
This looks like it could be forming an inner core. Let me before in Bali.
Yeah.
Okay. I just quickly flipped flipped it to NHEMS, so it's more comprehensible for
Mm-hmm.
us. That's what it looks like in North.
Okay, you sent it in DMs. Let's take a look at it. Alright, copy link. Let me open it up on here. Yep, right here. This would be what it looks like in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah.
See a really nice banding down here. Nice outflow. I feel like it's an obvious tropical cyclone at this point.
Yeah,
I've
that's.
marked it one like 2 days ago.
I want to take a look at this environment
Mm-hmm.
as well, just to see. Oh, never mind. I can't even take a look at it.
Here I'm. Oh yeah, because of or it's no longer an invest. Can I see it on Ram B? Yes, I can. Okay, here we go. This is a look at the. Well, I mean, there's only a couple things here. So shear supposed to be low in the beginning, then increase on around the 16th, 17th time frame. Sea surface temperatures pretty low or pretty moderate, and then they lower down over time. And then relative humidity, not really a problem, but they lower down to moderate levels over the 4 to 5 day time frame.
Yeah.
So I mean, it does have time to intensify over the next 4 days or so. Then it levels out.
I mean, I don't think a super high intensity ceiling exists, but I think like
I
definitely
feel like
could see a.
Category 1 is going to be the highest, really. Of course, it could
Actually,
get
no.
stronger, but I'm just saying, like, I don't really. I think it's just going to be a typical tropical storm. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It it could get stronger. It already looks like at least 45 or at least 40 knots in that frame.
Mm-hmm. And models don't have too much support on it. Yeah, maybe it does reach Category 1.
Um.
Someone says 3 streams on Usagi. Yeah, that might be the case. I don't know. Of course, we're going to have to get sleep eventually, where we're not going to be able to stay up all time. We're not machines. Um, okay, new forecast cone just released on Menyi, and of course they now have it farther southwest. They do have it very close to the coast of Taiwan as a typhoon,
Oh,
just around 15
Doggy. I
kilometers
thought you
away. Can
said
you hear me?
man. You said man ye again.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Oh my god. I hovered over it and it says Mani because it's the cone of uncertainty of it. Yep, Usagi. New cone out. There's just so many systems going on. We have 15
Oh, the
kilometers
eye.
away from the coast of Taiwan, the center of the cone. They do have the center of the cone moving over the western Babuan Islands. And that'd be at around 7 o'clock, so I would have time to hopefully get some sleep. And let's see, landfall timing is 1:40, so it's been pushed back around an hour.
That makes sense. Let me take a look at man ye's forecast vertical shear magnitude.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna eat a little snack in the meantime.
Looks like for the euro right now, vertical shear around 15 knots, around 15. Its actual profiles right now look quite similar to Christie. You remember it's Christie's shear during its first peak? Oh. Remember Christie's first peak shear? Man Yee's vertical shear. Yeah. Okay. Um. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll still probably just carry on the same thing, but yeah, I'll say the environment for Man right now is similar in character to Christie's early environment, with moderate shear, but definitely able to be overcome by a decently robust inner core. If that makes any sense. And then in the next 12 hours, vertical shear decreases even further to 10 knots, and it's absolutely perfect for intensification. So, as I'm saying, within the next probably 6 to 8 hours is going to be the beginning of the main development phase of Manier. Which already right now it looks very good. I mean, this band has got to go away, but other than that, it does look solid. Looks like it is probably almost ready to do what you expect to see in the Philippine Sea out of any robust system. With the H4 out of Manyi, yeah, I mean this deepening rate may even be too slow.
Alright, thank you so much.
Problem.
Alright, so we're around at 90 minutes until landfall. We'll need to up that by an hour. In a
Oh,
moment I'll do that. So that means we're we're around 25 minutes until the next Pagasa update. We're already having new Joint Typhoon Warning Center update on both systems. Both of which are trending farther southwest. Well, we have a pretty good audience right now. Someone's saying, is that a Category 5 Manyi on the HWRF? I mean, it certainly looks like it on satellite, but if you look at the actual winds, it's around 125
the
knots.
H4 is too low with max
Mm-hmm.
winds. I think it's something. The H4 usually will show like Category 5 equivalent winds, like low end Cat
Mm-hmm.
5 with like a mid range Cat 5 pressure, or Category 4 winds with like low end Cat 5 pressure. So
Mm-hmm.
you'll see that pressure on the H4 is usually not fully correct.
Yep. So I'm assuming that you're thinking that the 060 run, for example, I'll show it to you on this one, is probably the most accurate pathwise.
Yes.
With it going, hitting that island right there and then moving into central Luzon and potentially impacting Manila right down there with some strong
Yep.
winds. Because notice how the latest run has it much farther north, and Manila doesn't really get any impacts on this frame. So
The H4
they
is
should
never
get some
known for being
impacts. Yep.
with that.
Mm-hmm.
That is worth noting. The H4 is not exactly the most incredibly consistent model with expected path.
Yep. I mean, it still has
So
it coming out into the South China Sea as a typhoon.
yeah, but
And then actually as it's strengthening at the towards the end of the run. Pretty weird. Probably because, I mean, this one has it striking Luzon, which would just completely tear the core, so it'd try and reform. The HAF's A run. Let's take a look at this. This one still has it too far to the north. What was the crazy run that it had?
the crazy run was for Usagi.
Oh, for Usagi, okay.
That's what I was laughing at was Usagi's run.
Alright.
It initialized Usagi at 880.
Oh, it initialized it. Wow, okay.
Look at this initialization.
Wow. 167 knots. That's insane. And it has it getting up to 180
170,
knots. Yep.
Yeah. And this run, note how much it weakens, even though it has it that
Yeah.
strong on that run.
Brings it down to 120 knots. That's like a 60 knot decrease.
And then after that, it decreases all the way to, yeah.
Yeah, but this one has it pretty split. I've noticed that ensembles are somewhat split on where it's going to go after. You notice how the Joint Typhoon Warning Center cone is this way for this general
Yeah.
direction, or it could very well move to the west. It's pretty split 50-50 really on what it's going to do. What do you think it's going to do?
As I said before, I usually would tend to believe something further west.
Yep. So possibly curving away from Taiwan, going towards Vietnam as a weaker system. That would be pretty good. I mean, it's in the South China Sea, not really impacting anyone, and it has time to weaken instead of slamming into Taiwan still as a typhoon.
Yeah.
Right, let's take a look at that eye on Usagi. Nearly completely clouded over.
Yeah, it's definitely not doing super well anymore.
Hmm. And that band that I was trying to develop completely collapsed. So it's losing convection right now. Except for the core. The core of the system has a pretty nice amount of convection, thanks to the new vertical heat towers that have fired. Alright, someone says 10 p.m. 19L cone has its stall even closer to land now. Disastrous flooding. Yep. Let's take a look at that. Okay, crazy. Here's the new cone from the National Hurricane Center. I don't know if you've seen it. Here's where they have the position.
Now, let me see. The new cone?
Yep, this is where they have the position. You see my screen?
Yeah.
And you think it's
That
somewhere over
is.
here, right? Or like farther southwest?
Yeah. I think it's in the southwest part of that convective burst. Is probably where it's consolidating.
Hmm.
You can just see. You can literally see there how easily how close it already is to land.
Yep. I'm going to briefly change this over 2 miles per hour. Alright, so it's supposed to become a tropical storm then. They still have a 70-mile-an-hour peak at a landfall there. They have it 70 miles an hour offshore, and they have 70 miles an hour inland. So they've kept a 70-mile-an-hour
Not
landfall. And then they've kept it as 70 miles an hour over here as well. So they have 3
interesting.
points at 60 knots, I think. Yep. And then they have it down to 50 knots over here. So still as a decent tropical storm.
Yeah.
And more of that cone is starting to entrain into the Gulf of Mexico and Bay of Campeche. Yeah, the flooding is going to be a real major concern for this. Oh, and we might also do a stream on this if this does, in fact, become a hurricane. But waiting on landfall would just be insane on how slow it moves.
Oh yeah.
And I remember with John, I was wondering if I was going to do a stream on that and then just make landfall all of a sudden.
Literally.
Otis, I was
The
supposed to wait until the morning to do a stream on it, but then I just stayed up all night until 7 a.m. just doing a stream. Some of these storms make landfall much earlier than I anticipated. Alright, what were you going to say?
yeah. I'll say is Otis
Hmm.
especially is a very good example. Otis and John are very good examples of just how important it is to pay attention to the behavior of the system rather than just forecast cones sometimes.
Yep.
Sometimes even though a system is expected to not strengthened much. If it gets an inner core formed earlier than expected,
Mm-hmm.
and an agency is asleep at the wheel, they don't see it yet. They're not able to make a product on it yet.
Yep.
You'll see it explode completely under the radar, and that's exactly what happened with Otis.
Mm-hmm. I like to say
And
modelology versus meteorology. I need to
yeah,
rely on more on meteorology than just what the models are showing.
yeah, I mean, a lot of times as well. Sometimes the meteorology will tell you the day before something happens that one scenario is playing out, and then very quickly things change.
Mm-hmm.
Something happens, and it completely tilts the scale in a different direction as well.
Yeah.
So nothing is guaranteed in the tropics ever.
Yeah. Someone says weather 87 says tomorrow NOAA 49 synoptic mission will help immensely with all of this. Weather 87, do you know when the recon's flying in? Because I thought that they were supposed to fly in today. I think they did this afternoon, but I just haven't really heard much of the data they got. Shelby says 9:41 p.m. here on Washington. Yep. Becoming pretty late for us, and it's becoming uh, early morning for those in the Philippines. We're towards almost noon time. I believe, yep. Alright, I'll need to change that counter pretty soon to add an additional hour. Let's see, so it'd be... That's around 75 minutes plus another. That'd be 135. And I'll lower it down to 34 soon. Uh, Nanawalk says, oh wait, no, I don't know about future TS, Sarah, honestly. Everyone said it would even be a Category 5, but then HC said it would just be a TS. I am very puzzled on this.
Um, you mean you're talking about 19? Is that
Yep,
what?
yep, that's what they're saying on how it was like forecast seemed like it would be a Category 5.
So the environment and the overall setup for it, if it stayed over water, would have definitely supported a Cat 5. Like, there's no. There are some systems where it's like, if you give a system 5 days over warm water with no shear and perfect, everything, yeah, it's going to become a Cat 5. Like, there's no. You know what I mean?
Yes.
If
Yep.
it's a decent system, it's going to become a Cat 5. There's no.
Mhm.
Nothing stopping it. Now, the difference is. The difference is when you have it moving over land, even 50 miles further south than where it would have definitely become Cat 5, well,
Mhm.
then you run into a lot of issues. If you run over land, you cannot intensify the vortex. You don't have water under it, you have land, which means that you can have as warm water around it as possible, and it's still not going to intensify.
Yep.
So that's what's happened here.
Mhm.
And, the NHC path doesn't take it over land, but it takes it very close to land,
Well,
which
this
is
new
still.
forecast does have it overland.
Yeah.
Right over here at the very end, making landfall.
And it's going to probably show it much further inland on new ones.
Mhm. Here, I'll pull
I
up
take a
the
guess.
latest
So,
discussion actually on it. The disturbance has not changed much over the past several hours, with deep convection persisting near to and to the west of the estimated center. Although the convection is relatively well organized, the definition of the low-level circulation remains poor. For that reason, the system is not yet a tropical depression. The initial intensity remains 25 knots, and the minimum pressure is around 1,005 millibars based on surface observations. So, yeah, it's not close to 35 miles an hour yet. It still has time for the winds to have to increase. But it is interesting, though, the low level circulation isn't good enough yet. Mid level circulation, you can tell there's something brewing in there. The system
Yeah.
continues to move westward at around 8 knots on the on the south side of mid-level ridge that is centered near the Florida Straits. This ridge should keep the disturbance on a westward track until Friday, taking the system over or just north of eastern Honduras. That was the one you were talking about, right? On how it's stronger, how it's stronger than initially
Yeah.
forecasted. All right. After that, the ridge is expected to break down, and the models agree that cyclone will meander in weak steering currents from late Friday through the weekend. I like how they said cyclone instead of Sarah, um, or
Yeah.
instead of 19L. This expected slow motion will cause the system to produce heavy rains over the same region, likely causing life-threatening flooding over portions of Central America. By early next week, ridging should become restabilized over Florida in the eastern Gulf of Mexico, which should cause the system to move northwestward across Belize and the Yucatan Peninsula. The NHC forecast is in good agreement with the various model consensus. Environmental conditions appear conducive for strengthening during the next few days, with vertical wind shear expected to be low and mid-level humidity is forecast to remain relatively high near the system. However, there remains a significant amount of uncertainty in how much land interaction there will be with Honduras during the next several days. Of course, if the system's offshore, it will be able to, take the warm conditions, and then, however, if the system moves a little bit south of forecast, there would be notably less strengthening or even weakening occurring. So, yeah, however, it must be stressed that there is a lot of uncertainty in this intensity forecast. They do not know what's really going to happen. So when the person was saying, they're confused, they're puzzled about how the NHC is going only 70 miles an hour, well, it's because there's a lot of uncertainty on what the system's going to do. As you mentioned, crazy, if
Yeah.
it slams into Honduras down here, it could potentially even dissipate. If it stays more north, it will be able to take advantage of some of those warmer waters. But that's seeming more and more unlikely at this time. Someone says they canceled today's mission. Teal takes off at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, so we're going to get a mission pretty soon. NOAA 49 takes off at 12:30 a.m. Eastern Time. It will turn to Friday, but was the latest recon plan of the day. Nanawaka says anyone has estimates for Sarah. Well, it's not named Sarah yet. We don't know if it's going to get named Sarah yet at this time. Um, because they have it as a tropical storm after passing the longitude of the Nicaragua coastline. So if it's farther south, it would just plow into it as a depression and die out.
Yeah.
So, there's no confidence yet that, or like, we're not 100% sure it's going to get in the name Sarah yet. But how strong it is, it's around 30 miles an hour with a pressure of 1,005 millibars. And that's, I believe, has to be for like a buoy or something like that. Next
Yeah.
comment says, Maddox YT says, there's still possibility to track south this tropical storm Manny since Pagasa 11 p.m. update yesterday. It will pass in by coal region, question mark. Pagasa doesn't have latest update on Manny since last night 11 p.m. So I guess they haven't done an update on it since 11 p.m. Yeah, because it's not in their area of responsibility, I'm guessing is why. Once it enters, they'll have continuous updates. So here's the latest Joint Typhoon Warning Center cone. This one was updated not too long ago. It's not the best, but it shows a general idea on where the center could go. Somewhere right in here. And that does put Manila as a target. I think the Bicol region's down here. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, those areas could receive impacts in a direct landfall. It is too early to tell because the center can move wherever it pleases. Could even
Chase.
more. Yep. What's up?
Just at the end of something, I'm gonna
Mhm.
tell you about something. When you're done with that, I'm gonna tell
All
you
right.
something.
It could move more south than forecasted. And if it does, that would put Manila dead in the center of its track. So everyone really in this code needs to be paying some pretty intense attention towards any little shifts in this track. All right, what were we gonna say?
So I want to send you an image of a cat too.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice cat too.
Oh wow, that's insane. How strong do you think it really was?
Probably cat 5. Look at
Wow, yeah.
look at the Dvorak image.
A Dvorak image. Let me pull that up. Oh wow, yep.
That's
You didn't say what year it was. All right. So I don't think we'll get an update on the system. Well, they said 11 p.m., so that'd be their time. So I guess that was. I keep forgetting we have completely different times and all that stuff. Let's see if Pegasus updated at all. No, they still have another 7 minutes until they'll update. And then someone else said something, which wouldn't matter as the rain would be the greatest threat for Central America. Yep, yeah, exactly. Um, we think like, oh, it's gonna die over Central America. Not really a problem. Well, the thing is, it's still gonna be dumping large amounts of rain. But I mean, if the center dissipates, wouldn't that, decrease the rainfall potential? What do you think, Crazy?
if the center dissipates, I mean,
Yep.
yes, it would lessen it, but it wouldn't definitely wouldn't remove it.
Yeah. I feel like it would probably not be as much as 20 inches of rain. I'd feel like it'd be down to like a foot of rain instead. Because this forecast is mainly considering the fact that the system will stall over here as a strong tropical storm for multiple days.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a look at the wind speed probabilities right now. Still, the coastline's at around 50 to 60% chance of getting tropical storm force winds. Over here, and as you go farther south, you get lower amounts. They do have an increased amount in the northeastern Bay of Campeche and southern Gulf of Mexico. Hurricane probabilities. I thought I saw something there. Alright. They have a small area of 5% right over here. I mean, I get why they issued the hurricane watches, because their first forecast was 70 miles an hour. We won't know until another 12, 24 hours what it's going to do. So I do get why they have hurricane watches. They did extend them for these little islands over here. Alright, Shelby says strong winds here. Sorry, Shelby, I forget where you are. I believe you're in Isabela. I don't know if you're in Santiago, if that's the place. That'd be crazy if I got it right. Mr. Peach says Helene Center dissipated over the Carolinas and still dumped historical amounts of rain. Just want to put that out there. Well, that was more so a predecessor rain event, meaning that the rain was happening before the system even got there.
Yeah.
And then the core of it hit. We can see that now the outer edges of that. Would this be the CDO? I rarely ever use that term, so. And it's the central dense overcast. Would this be the CDO of it?
Yeah, CDO is actually very, very important.
Mm-hmm.
Surprised don't use it.
Well, I just say the core of it right now or whatever. So this would be the CDO, correct?
But yeah, the CDO is the ring, yeah.
All right.
With
Okay.
quarter
Yeah.
cloth tops.
Mm-hmm. All right. So the eye is starting to fizzle out. There is still lightning in it. Okay. Still, yeah. The eye, the eye has fizzled out significantly right now.
Collapsing right before land. This is literally due to the land now, I think.
Yep. It's really fortunate news. How strong do you think it is right now?
It's still Cat 4, but even though I may not look at it, still is.
Yep. So it'd say like 115, 120 knots.
Yeah, Chase, you remember what Delta looked like as a Cat 4?
Yes.
Compare. Yeah.
Yep. So you still think, Cat 4 landfall is pretty much certain at this point?
Yeah. I would still go about 115 knots.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yep. All right, remember, guys, those who are just tuning into the stream, if you have any questions about your local area or systems across the globe in general, just be sure to let us know in the YouTube comments section area. I haven't checked Twitter. No, nothing on Twitter yet. Okay. Someone was just talking about. Then there's Debbie and Harvey. I don't know what they're talking about with that. Shelby says
Oh,
Usagi
rain.
is weakening finally. Yep.
Finally weakening, but to be honest, probably still a stronger landfall than I expected
Mm-hmm.
originally yesterday.
Yes. Because originally we all thought
I
like, oh,
mean,
this system's gonna fail. It will still be like a major typhoon. It was the big thing. Seemed like Category 3 was possible.
yeah. Yeah, and then very obviously today
Yep.
it overachieved big.
Oh, Stas posted something. He said he is in position to intercept Super Typhoon Usagi. Alright, I'll show you his location on here.
I
He
saw
is.
his location. It's a little far north,
Yep.
but he'll probably go south.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if all this convection on the south side is tugging Manyi further south.
Mm-hmm. Take a look at the, I believe, cirrus clouds, the outflow from Usagi. Just absolutely gorgeous. Alright, they're breaking away finally. That's from all the heats it generated as it was
Yeah.
incredibly powerful. There was a radar frame over here that I noticed. Doesn't show much, but doesn't it kind of show that structure that you were showing with microwave? With the eye over here, then the band connecting it?
Yeah. Yep.
That super cellular look. Fortunately, though, we can't really see great radar on it until it approaches Taiwan. Alright, we're around 2 hours away from landfall, maybe more. Probably more. I'm going to check on Discord right now what people are saying about it. No one's talking about anything with Pegasa yet, so it hasn't updated. I'm going to pull up Easterly Wave, the strike probabilities. That's a good map to show. Oh, wait, we now have 03S. So I guess the system got designated in the southern
Nice.
hemisphere. I don't know, though.
Yeah, that should be 03S should be it.
Mm-hmm. Alright, here's Manise.
Probably
Look
never-
right over here on the ensembles. Would you agree with this?
The nuance is this new?
This is 18Z, so this isn't new. This is European ensembles.
Okay. Yeah. And as I said, I think it's gonna be on the south side of it.
Yep. The ensembles do have that island right there. Or can you remind me what its name is again?
Tondawanas.
Katanduanas. Yep. That island right there getting hits. Of course, it might be on the more southern end of this, so something more like this. And that would bring some pretty bad impacts to Metro Manila, Quezon City, that general area. Probabilities of tropical. Oh, whoa, look at this. That is a complete mess. This is probably a mistake on a model run. I don't know why tropical storm force winds looks like this. Right here, something happened with an ensemble.
Yeah, let me try and see if I can pull up the call again. Hold on, let me pull up the call one more time.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Okay. Pull it up again.
Hold on. Yeah, this glitch right here.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a glitch.
I don't think that that's accurate right there. Nearly 100% chance for almost the entirety of Taiwan. But here, there
If it
is
was
actually better
Conway passing
graphics.
through there, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, no, wrong thing. Let me pull up. I found that link. I was asking around for that thing where you see the National Hurricane Center style cones. The thing I love about this, though, is we can see the wind speed
Yeah.
probabilities. So let's see, when is this cone? This cone should be the most recent. Yeah, it's up to 50 miles an hour. So here's the wind speed probabilities right now in terms of tropical storm force winds. I don't know how they make this. This is probably an NHC algorithm or something.
Yeah.
But you can see the chances right here. That island right there is around an 80 to 90% chance. And then most of the Philippines are in at least a 30% chance, that yellowish color. Metro Manila is at around a 50% chance of getting tropical storm force winds. So that is, 1 in 2 chance that you guys are going to get uh, at least the tropical storm force winds. And that's 3 days out. So that is some pretty high confidence, relatively speaking. And then, the 5% chance does include parts of Hong Kong, China, and Hainan Island. Too far out to say for those areas. If we get to the damaging winds, this is more so, trees down, power outages, that kind of stuff. The island over here is at around a 50% chance. Quezon City and Manila at around a 20% chance. And this is pretty high, relatively speaking. This is supposed to be a category 4, and they're only showing 80% over the water. So this is, of course, lower because we don't have all that confidence yet in track. Then typhoon force winds are increasing. That island over there has a 30% chance. And Metro Manila has around a 5 to 10% chance of receiving typhoon force winds. That number's only going to go up with time.
Yep.
Shelby was saying, imagine they activate the Fujiwara effect. Imagine if all these storms actually were closer together, all the competition they'd have with cheering one another.
Oh yeah.
It's been just crazy how they've been spaced out, and I mean, I get it's tropical waves, but they've just been spaced out perfectly one after another.
That's usually what happens in the West Pacific with storm trains.
Mm-hmm.
It's rare in November to get Fujiwara systems because usually you can see it perfectly. There's just a train.
Yep. Four things over here in one image.
Yeah. I think we'll hop off if you're
Well, thank you so much for your help. Do you think you'll be able to hop
well.
on another stream?
Me and Yi maybe in a couple days. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't
So
know when I'm going to be doing the next streams. I'll, of course, send it in the group chat. Thank you so much for your help, Crazy.
welcome.
Alright, talk to you later.
So,
Alright. So we still got another likely 2 hours, probably more, until it makes its landfall. And then I'm going to try and get some sleep after that. We'll see how that goes. And, of course, I do this based off of supply. And I'll give, or I do this based off of demand. And I'll give the supply if there's enough demand for it. So the more viewers, the more you guys like, subscribe, all that stuff. I'll keep going as long as I can. Of course, I'm going to need to get some sleep sometime. And then I'll be probably doing another stream if it does appear to be threatening the Babuan Islands. Okay, I can't even speak. Um, Babuan Islands. Babuan group of islands there. Someone says, how about the Rizzle area? How bad will it be impacting us for Typhoon Manyi? Now, Manyi, it's a little bit too far out to say, but let's pull that up. Okay, I'm going to pull it up, Rizzle area. I don't know where that is, but I'll do my best to find it out. Is there a province, or? Nope, here it is. Thank you. Is Rizzle over here? Is that the spot? I just want confirmation before I go in depth about the location. Um, And Miss Angie, if you could just send a message if this is the area you're talking about, and this white circle. If not, can you tell me what provinces it's in? Okay, it is there. Thank you. Hold on. Shelby says Cagayan is always the targeted area for the people who suffered from these storms. Yep. All right, Miss Angie. If we take a look at that specific area, the cone of uncertainty does include it, but it is around, I'd say, 200 kilometers to the south, the center of the cone, and the center of the cone should only shift farther and farther south, and start dwindling down in terms of length. Keep in mind, this cone is around 580 kilometers long by the point it reaches the area you live in. So, I mean, there's a large variety of different outcomes. Ensemble wise, let's pull that up. I'm gonna see if I can find it here. Alright, the problem with these models are a little bit too far north, so I don't really trust this. I don't think it's gonna be like a 90% chance. You all might finally get a break on this. But yeah, I'd say that there's, moderate probability of impacts. Oh, here, I remember what I can do. If I pull up the probability of tropical storm force winds, stuff like that, let's take a look at it. So these are the probability of tropical storm force winds. You'll hear this a lot. You all are in a roughly 30 to 40% chance. So yeah, that's a 1 in 3 roughly chance of getting that, and that's pretty high relatively speaking 3 days out. If we go to damaging winds, these would be things like, power outages, trees down, stuff like that. You all are in a 10 to 20% chance of getting that. So, 1 in 10, 1 in 5 chance roughly of getting those conditions. And that's still relatively, I wouldn't like to say the word high. Relatively high would be around here in Luzon. But I mean, it is a good amount. Of course, these numbers will probably increase as time goes on. So if we're doing another stream, just check back, and I'll give you updated numbers on those. Um, and for typhoon force winds, you all are in a roughly 5% chance of getting it. Keep in mind, this thing's supposed to be a Category 4, and the chances of getting in Category 1 conditions are only 50% here, because they don't know the exact track it's going to be taking. So these numbers are going to skyrocket over time. So just remember, if you keep coming back on to new streams, and just ask the question, just tell me what is it like in the Rizzle area. I'll keep giving you answers for that. Cyclone says, or Cyclone Winston says, hi. Hello, how are you doing today? He said, bro, Usagi passed Cat 1 to Cat 4. Yes, it did, and it was probably a Category 5, honestly, and a pretty strong one at that. Pinholes are typically stronger than larger eye systems. Why the heck is New York City monitoring a typhoon? Or I think you meant, okay, I think you meant a National Hurricane Center instead of New York City. This is not them doing it. This is just an automated forecast thing. This is what Guam does. I believe it's Guam that automatically issues this kind of stuff. Shelby says, how did you make the black and pink infrared satellite dark mode? Sorry, what do you mean by that? Is it... Sorry, are you talking about windy satellite? Alright, but yeah, guys, I know that I see that a good amount of you are joining in the stream. Remember, guys, if you have any questions about your local area or family living anywhere and what impacts they could get, even on certain dates you want to ask, I will do my best to answer them all. Just leave them in the chat down there. Miss Angie says, thank you for the information. We really better get ready soon. Already here. Just keep tuning in to updates. Make sure you know what's happening if the forecast changes. You all are really in the monitoring phase. You all don't need to prepare just yet. Just make sure you are ready to prepare just in case it seems like it's shifting towards you. Shelby says like your windy infrared satellite. I don't know. I just make the normal color darker. That's all you do really. Make the 19 Celsius, 20 Celsius colors dark gray. Oh, that looks almost like an eye there forming. Kind of hard to tell. All right. Mr. Peach says Manny is already getting that look to it. Yep. This is what we call, if I pull it up, this is what we typically call in meteorology that look almost, where it's starting to get a shrimp-like appearance. It's probably nearing typhoon status, or if it isn't one already. I don't really agree with the intensity estimates from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. It's probably a bit stronger than that. Alright, let's see if a Pegasa update's out yet. Alright, we have a new update out. Breaking just coming in right now. Let's pull it up. I don't know if it's going to be on here. Of course not. That was wishful thinking of me. I'll have to pull it up on here. Alright, just trying to find something shortly. Off screen. Okay, there we go. If I pull up Ofel, which is still having signal 5 warnings, I don't know if this is their latest cone. Yes, it is. So here we go. Their cone right here still has a super typhoon, and then it weakens over to a typhoon, makes a typhoon landfall in Taiwan, weakens to a severe storm, impacts the Ryukyu Islands as a weak tropical storm, and dies out. Now, that is a possibility, but it is also a possibility it curves west. So Taiwan, you all should be monitoring the situation. Be prepared for something to happen, if you need to move furniture inside, all that kind of stuff. But it should just be a weak typhoon if it does impact you. But just keep in mind there is a 50-50 shot it could curve away from you all. So don't rely on that happening. Don't expect it to curve away. Just keep in mind that's a possibility. Don't get mad if you're expecting something to happen and it doesn't happen. Just be thankful you didn't get impacts. Now, signal warnings. Okay, I'd like to pull that up on somewhere. Alright, so I'm going to pull up the signal warnings right now, and so there shouldn't be much difference than before. Let's see the previous one right here. Let me add a new one up here. Alright, so the difference. I'm just sorry, I know I'm swapping back and forth. I'm just trying to check. Alright, so for what I'm seeing is the Babuin group of islands all have been upgraded to Signal 4 warnings. The Batanes Islands have been upgraded from Signal 2 to Signal 3 warnings now. So in total, Signal 5 warnings are still in effect for the far northeastern tip of Cagayan. I do disagree with that. I do feel like it should be for the entirety of the eastern coast of Cagayan, because landfall is going to be a little bit south of that tip right there. These areas right down here could get impacts as well. So Signal 5 warnings, you need to be in your safe place, hunker down. Same thing with the Signal 4 warnings. Those for the the eastern part of Cagayan and the far northeastern part of Isabela. And it does include the Babuan group of islands, as they are going to likely be hit by a strong typhoon. It is going to weaken significantly after it passes Manila, but they are still likely to get typhoon force winds. And if we take a look at Signal 3 warnings, they do include the Batanes Islands because they could also get typhoon force conditions. And they do include Locos Nortes right up there, the rest of Cagayan. They do include Apalayo and Isabela. And then, Signal 2 and Signal 1 warnings go farther and farther south. Alright, let's see. I'm on Cavites area just below Manila, but I have a feeling that we will experience the tropical storm winds from Manila, or from Manny, if it tracks a little bit north, but I still think it's tracking south. So let me pull up the Cavite area. Just below Manila, you said, so I'm going to see if I can find that. Alright, let's see. You said south of Manila. I don't think it's that area, right down there. I know what you said, so. I'm assuming that you mean just somewhere over here. So yeah, right over here, they do have a decent shot at getting impacts from Manyi. So you said, let's see, but I have a feeling I'll experience tropical storm force winds. So if we take a look again at the potential impacts from that system, let's see. What is this? Sorry, guys, I'm just checking out something for fun real quick. Okay. It's pretty cool. Okay. Alright. So if we take a look at the probability of you all getting tropical storm force winds, well, so you're likely just to the south of Manila there, so you're at a roughly 40 to 50% chance. And that's relatively high considering the fact this is 3 days out. All these numbers are going to be relatively high because they're uncertain of the track. I'll explain that when I get to the typhoon. So the damaging, these are the things where you get power outages, trees down, that kind of stuff. You'll have around a 10%, almost 20% chance of getting tropical storm force winds. Okay, you said Imus Cavite. Let's take a look at that. Imus Philippines. Okay, right down there. Thank you. Um, if we take a look at typhoon force winds, now notice this. This is expected to be a Category 4 typhoon, 140 miles an hour. Now, this is the probability of seeing 75 miles an hour. Notice how it's only 50%. That is because they don't know exactly where it's going to occur. They do know that it is likely going to be a typhoon all throughout the Philippines. They just don't know where it's going to occur. So you all are in around a 5% chance, maybe 7% chance of receiving typhoon force winds. Again, that is pretty relatively high. Relatively speaking, it is pretty high. And those numbers are only going to increase as we go in with time. So it says, you know what the annoying thing is about PTC-19? The coverage for when it impacts Honduras will be very little. Yeah, and I know I'm guilty for this, but it's like, there isn't much of an audience there who will watch me for it, and it's like I want to be spending my time helping the most amount of people. If it's a hurricane, I will dedicate a live stream to it. If it's just a rainmaker, I'm not going to be streaming 48 hours straight covering just the rain showers. There's not much I can really commentate on, if that makes sense. There won't be much coverage on it until it heads towards Florida if it decides to do that. But yeah, of course, I'm ready to chase it if it does. Weather Uncharted says, "Hello, HEC, I'm back." Hi. And then I see it says, wait, is the NHC soon gonna do advisories in the Western Pacific? No, this is all Joint Typhoon Warning Center stuff that are basically displayed on as this. So here you go. The cone, all this stuff. Forecast graphic created by the Central Pacific Hurricane Center using official forecast track and intensity provided by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. So this is not forecasted by them, this is just an automated graphic. I don't know if we can see other storms at all. Like, can we see anything else? I've never used this before, so I don't know how to see other storms here. If any of you guys know and you can let me know, that'd be great. What's this? Okay, hold on. Take a look at this. Yeah, we already seen this though. Um, yeah, I'm just trying to learn with you all. So, I guess it's because it's the closest thing there. So, click on images. Oh, okay, that's nice. Yeah, there's Guam. Of course, it's leaving the area. And Mr. Pete says no, I mean the media coverage. Yep. Yeah, I know. I mean, media coverage, they don't really do a great job in those general areas. Weather 87 says WP3D month 3 nitro incoming. Yep. Remember, guys, that's a perfect segue to this. If you all have Discord as a social media platform, I post things there. This is where you'll stay 100% up to date even when I'm not doing live streams. So if you ever want to know about a system, just ask in chat, and then you will have many people who will be able to answer you. There's around almost 900 members in that server, so if you join, you may become the 900th member. Shelby says I made the 0 dark gray and the 21. That's nice. Weather Uncharted says I looked confusing. It had the NHE graphics. Yep. Shelby says I have Discord. I'm gonna join your server later. Oh well, thank you. And I'll verify you those who join the server. With time. Just because I'm streaming right now, I'm not gonna be able to do that. And then Weather 87 says AK the best member WP3D. Me. Yep. You. Uh huh. I disagree. I think I am. No, I'm joking. Anyways, the typhoon is continuing to get closer and closer to making a landfall. Vagasa has posted a new update on a rainfall potential over the next few days. Let's take a look at that. Here we go. So these will be the impacts over the next few days. So tomorrow, here are the potential impacts. This will be from two separate systems. This will be both from Manyi, and then this will also be from Usagi. So Usagi's impacts will be on the northern end. So you see, this is the area that gets heavy to intense rainfall. Right around here, this will be around 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. This is the area of numerous flooding events are likely, especially in areas, urbanized, low level near rivers. Landslides likely in moderate to highly susceptible areas. And you can see the amount of areas down here with parts of Samar, northern and eastern Samar, Sorosongan, all under the heavy to intense. This is just tomorrow. This is just the outer band starting to reach the area. And then you can see the amount of areas that are under a moderate to heavy, around 2 to 4 inches. That is the Babuan areas. See, I don't know why it says Cagayan. I don't know if they have, I don't know. But you can see the rest of Samar and more of the western islands. And if we take a look at the next day after tomorrow, or well, hold on, let's go back to today. I forget how they make this. Today, still intense to torrential rainfall, over 200 millimeters of rain, is expected in Isabela, Cagayan, and the Babuan Islands. And then you can see the areas of heavy to intense rainfall, around 100 to 200 millimeters, including the Batanes Islands, Locos Norte, Apayao, Kalinga, Mountain Province, Quirino, and Aurora. Aurora has been hit recently, same with Isabela and Cagayan. These areas are going to be the most susceptible because of the amount of saturation the ground has. And then you can see the areas of moderate to heavy rain. Of course, the thing about this that's so interesting is the size of the core is so small that the impacts aren't really that far reaching. So, it's just such a tight window of impacts that you can go from getting extreme conditions to getting just a light shower. All right, and then if we take a look at Saturday, this will be November 16th. We can see the areas that are expected. I don't know why it's not labeled here, but we can see the areas that are expected to get uh, intense to torrential rainfall, including at Quezon, Camarines, both Norte and Sur, and then yeah, just that general area. So this is the area that's likely going to get hit. I don't know why they don't have the Catanduanes right over here as a because they could get a lot of heavy rainfall. But you can see how much of the Philippines are expected to get at least 4 inches of rain all throughout here, getting at least 4 to 8 inches of rain. So this whole area is going to get impacts. This is a much broader system, so impacts will be felt for a very large area, and Metro Manila is included in that, getting around 100 to 200 millimeters of rainfall. So that's just something to be aware of. That would be on Saturday. So it's not even including Sunday's rainfall totals, which could even deliver more rainfall. But yeah, those in Metro Manila, just keep in mind numerous flooding events are likely, especially in areas that are urbanized, low level, or low lying, or near rivers. Landslides likely in moderate to highly susceptible areas. I don't know how much how much that applies to you all. Keep in mind, you all are in a very urbanized area, so even just a light shower can cause really bad flooding problems. Let's see. Weather 87 says NOAA buoy. Sorry, 42057 is recording a falling pressure. Again, even though the center is moving away, sign of a deepening and gradient forming. Yep, I mean it's nearing tropical cyclone status at this time. Shelby says Manila is probably going to be a signal 3 when Manny is nearing landfall. Yep, rip northern Luzon, torrential rainfalls again. Yep. So I mean, just still so much rain falling. It's just can get annoying for those who live there. It's become more of an inconvenience. Alright, oops, let me take a look at something. Alright, what's this? Okay, I don't know what that is. Alright, why does it keep saying that? Okay, it's like I don't think, you all can hear me correct, right? I just want to make sure, because I keep getting these notifications of connection errors and stuff like that. Just want to make sure you all can hear me okay. Alright, yep, this update is pretty old. Okay, I'm wondering when they'll update this. Yeah, that's old, this bulletin. I guess you all can hear me okay. Thank you. Just want to confirm. Akademic says, we felt all the typhoon that passed by recently. Nearest were either 100 kilometers max north or south of us, but never directly. No power every time. Wow. What area do you generally live in? Alright, so Ofel maintains its strength as it continues to endanger the Cagayan Valley region. So it says the center of the eye was estimated based on all the available data, including all this stuff, radars, maximum sustained winds of near 185 kilometers per hour, with gustiness of up to 230 kilometers per hour. Pressures around 935 millibars. And let's see, moving west-northwest at 15 kilometers an hour. Let's compare that to how far away it is from land. So 15 kilometers an hour. Let's see where it is right now. I pull it up right here. Okay, that's far. That'd be another 4 hours. I'm going to increase landfall timing. See, that'd be 87 soon. Hold on. Oh shoot, no, I didn't mean to do that. Whoops. Okay, I meant to do more than 87. Okay, hold on. Should be 86, then I add another 60 minutes, so I'm going to have it at 146. Once it updates its next cycle. Remember, I know that there's a good amount of people just joining the stream. If you guys have any questions about your local area or family living in the northern Philippines, just type in the location. I'll do my best to cover it, especially if you're wondering about the next storm that could impact Manila and the surrounding areas. Mainly the entire central and northern Philippines could get impacts from it, so those who are curious, just type in your questions there and I'll be happy to answer them. But we are around, I don't know how long until landfall will be, but like I said, I'll keep covering it until it makes its landfall. I could even be doing another stream on the same system 2 other times, we'll see. Alright, getting ready. There we go. Okay, now the clock's set right. So it says Manila will next update on 11 a.m. today, but it still doesn't have update from Pagasa. Oh, well, yeah. I was wondering that. Here's a look at satellite imagery recently on Usagi. I'm just checking something real quick. There appears to be a new update. I'll try to pull it up. I was just checking my phone, seeing what people are discussing. If we have a new advisory on Manila. Let's refresh the website, take a look. And it appears we do. Okay, this cone is doing a lot better job. Right, I have to say that right now. This cone is doing much better. And I think it's going to be this. Right here. Okay. Oh, okay, I wish that was higher quality. Here's their latest cone, though. Whoops. Right in here, they have it as a typhoon all the way through here and into the South China Sea. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a pretty powerful system. They have it reaching winds of up to 165 kilometers per hour, which I don't know what that is compared to the current system. I'm going to take a look at that real quick. The current one is 185, so I mean, could very well get stronger than that. So, there's nothing really. Okay, it says Tropical Storm Manny slightly intensifies while moving west-southwestward. See, maximum winds of 75 kilometers per hour near the center with gustiness of up to 90 kilometers per hour. Pressure of 998 millibars. Strong to gale force winds extending outwards of up to 300 kilometers. So we can see how they have it as a typhoon, severe tropical storm when it enters the region, and then it, of course, intensifies into a powerful typhoon. Alright, so here's the general outlook for the forecast period. Here, I'm going to read the last one, actually, just so we all can read a discussion. I didn't realize they had this. Okay, so this is actually useful. Let's see. Alright, so track and intensity outlook. This is for Ofel. Ofel is forecast to move northwestward over the Philippine Sea before making landfall along the eastern coast of Cagayan this afternoon. It will then emerge over the Babuan Channel tonight while making another landfall or passing close to the Babuan Islands. Ofel will then turn north-northwestward to north-northeastward over the Sea of Batanes tomorrow. That'd be November 15th. Before turning northeastward beginning Saturday, it's the 16th of November, over the sea east of Taiwan towards the Ryukyu Islands by the remaining of the forecast period. Now remember this, regardless of the position of the landfall point, it must be emphasized that hazards on land and coastal waters may still be experienced in areas outside the landfall point in the forecast confidence cone. Furthermore, the track may still shift within the limit of the forecast confidence cone. A weakening trend is expected for much of the forecast period due to increasing interaction with the landmass of Luzon and Taiwan, as well as the increasingly unfavorable environment over the Luzon Strait and the sea east of Taiwan. However, landfall over Cagayan at or near super typhoon intensity is likely. So keep that in mind. It is going to be very close to super typhoon status, at least under Pegasa standards. So if we take a look at the next system right here, this is going to be a long outlook right here. Alright, so due to the high pressure area over the south of Japan, Manyi is forecast to move westward over the next 12 hours before turning generally westward while approaching the eastern boundary of the Philippine Area of Responsibility, PAR. Manyi may enter the PAR region by tomorrow, 14th of November, evening, as Pepito. That'd be the next name. Within the PAR region, the tropical cyclone will move generally westward from tomorrow until Friday, the 15th of November, before turning west-northwestward from Saturday, the 16th of November, through the rest of the forecast period. On the track forecast, Pepito may make landfall over the eastern coast of southern Luzon during the weekend. That'd be the 16th or 17th of November. Now keep in mind, it must be emphasized that the track may still shift within the limits of the forecast confidence cone, especially on the 4th and 5th day of the forecast track. Therefore, the landfall point may shift within the range of the forecast confidence cone from the eastern coast of central Luzon to the eastern coast of eastern Visayas. That's a broad range. Alright, Manyi is forecast to intensify into a severe tropical storm tomorrow afternoon or evening and may reach typhoon category by tomorrow evening or Friday early morning. The possibility of rapid intensification is not ruled out, since this typhoon or tropical cyclone may reach typhoon category while over the Philippine Sea. The possibility for Manyi to reach super typhoon category prior to landfall is not ruled out. So keep in mind, this system could become a super typhoon. Regardless, Manyi may make landfall at peak intensity. That'd be really bad. Although it is too early to determine the specific areas to be affected by certain hazards, due to the potential shifting track for a forecast for Manyi, most areas of Luzon are at the risk of heavy rainfall, severe wind, and possibly storm surge inundation from Manyi, which may cause considerable impacts. Regardless of the position of the landfall point, it must be emphasized that hazards on land and coastal waters may still be experienced in areas outside the landfall point or the forecast confidence cone. Remember this tropical cyclone may bring potentially risky or hazardous sea conditions, at least moderate to rough or worse, over the eastern seaboard of the country beginning late Friday or on Saturday. So, you don't want to really be on the beach this time. So, alright, so the next update will be in around 24 hours. There's lots of time for things to change with this. Just keep this in mind. This thing could really bomb out, quickly intensify. That cannot be ruled out. Let's see. So Shelby says, will you make an animation of these storms that hit Luzon? Kongray, Yingxing, etc. Keep in mind, all these storms will be in the animation at the end of the year. I'm trying to think what else. I think I'm going to do an animation on Yingxing next, because that system just dissipated. But now we have so many other things to do. Kongray I don't want to do, because it didn't strike at peak intensity. This system I don't think I'll do, because it's like, it didn't make a landfall at peak intensity. This next one I might, though. We'll see. And there's a lot of different things here. Akita Mix says, I'm here in Kalinga right now. It's signaled number 2. Alright, so you'd be in the poll there. Surprised that 24% of my viewers are in signal 5 warnings right now. Just type this in right now. All right, someone says, I also want, or Maddox YT, I also wanted to make 2020 and 2024 Bug season by the end of this year. All right, nice. I do have a question though, if you all have seen any ads this stream so far. Again, I'm just experimenting with all this stuff. Oh, okay, so we've been streaming for 3 hours straight, and it could be another 3 hours until it makes its landfall. We'll see. Definitely gonna take its time. Alright, here's the new forecast cone from Pagasa, which they did a really good job on it. I'll have to admit with that. Um, they are showing it to be on the far southern end here, far southern end of track guidance, which I do feel like that this is the most likely. But keep in mind, this center has it going directly. I mean, directly over Manila. So they're pretty much almost guaranteed to get at least some impacts from this. So it says I saw 7 ads already here. Oh wow, jeez, okay. I don't think it's. I'm not trying to do it that much. I want this to be a good experience for people to watch. I thank you for those who are giving the hearts or smile emojis. I can see that now. I don't know what that is, and I don't know if that does anything good, but if you're enjoying the stream, be sure to, like and subscribe. That really helps out a lot. But yeah, I mean, this whole area could receive impacts from the storm. It's mainly central and northern Philippines, excluding the northern tip of Luzon. Should be really watching this out closely over the next few days. You guys don't have a lot of time. I mean, you do have. Okay, I'm going to correct myself on that. You do have a decent amount of time to watch this. So this is 12 hours, 24, 36, 48. You guys have roughly 2 days to watch this. And keep in mind, things can drastically change in 2 days. There very well could be the possibility this reaches Category 5 status in 2 days, and I'm not joking about that. That this thing can undergo extreme rapid intensification and really bomb out into a powerful system. So yeah, something like Category 5 cannot be ruled out with this. A super typhoon within the next 48 hours definitely is a possibility. Oh, the eye's starting to pop back out here. So it seems like the eyewall is about to approach shore right now. Someone says, Maddox says, it's on direct hit on Cavite or Manila if its track will maintain on it. Yeah, like I said, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center track, notice the difference here. Just want to point this out. Notice the difference on this cone. You see where Manila is compared to the center of the cone, right? The center is north of, it's a bit north of Manila. Now, if we pull up Pagasa's thing, notice how the center glides right over Metro Manila. Now, keep in mind, it's not likely going to be a direct hit with that. It's probably going to hit somewhere within this broad area. But it does give you all a good chance of getting direct hits, so you all really need to pay attention to this over time. If this becomes a big flooding concern, hopefully it will move quick enough to not be that, but just know that you all could get typhoon force winds, so just be ready to have a plan, just be ready to bring things indoors, be ready to just be prepared for this kind of stuff. Don't have things that could be flying out as projectiles. I don't know yet. Um, I don't know when it's gonna hit anything like that. Exactly. Well, I mean, it is gonna approach Manila roughly on the day on Sunday. So, like I said, lots of time to watch this. Let's see. Shelby says this channel name is Shelby because I still represent my dead dog that died in 2022, March 17th. I'm sorry to hear that, but I am glad that the memory still lives on. But guys, those who are also watching the stream, I have a poll going on. I'm curious as to what signal warnings you all are under. Um, yeah, I'm curious as to who I'm reaching right now. I want to make sure I'm reaching those who are being impacted the worst. I see that there's 25% that's a signal 5. Keep in mind, signal 5 is only this area right down here. So if you are not in that pink, you are not in a signal 5 warning. And then those in the signal 3 or 4 warnings are going to be right over here. And those in the signal 1 or 2 is basically anything right over here. Shelby says I'm done because I'm on Washington. Yep. I do have a good amount of United States viewers who also watch the streams. Are you guys curious as to see or as to hearing my stats on my previous stream on my what my audience was? If you are, I will take the time out of it to check. Just type in if you are interested in it. Anyways, though, it should be another roughly 2 hours, maybe 3, until the storm makes landfall. So we have plenty of time to track it. Isabel D says, thanks for your coverage. You're welcome. I always try to do my best and take time out of my day to help keep you all informed as of what's going on. Isabel D, can I ask you how you found the stream? I'm curious if you were just scrolling through YouTube, if it was on your recommended, you were searching through streams. Because I am curious if anyone else is really doing coverage like this. The areas that are going to experience the worst of the storm, I feel like Gonzaga is going to get because I don't see anywhere, I don't really see anywhere down here. Gonzaga, Santa Teresa, Santa Ana, these areas are going to really experience the bad stuff. Bugui. So those in there really need to be hunkered down. Just be prepared for the worst. You all will make it through. Just don't do anything dumb by staying like outside. Um, but yeah, you can see the amount of other areas here that are going to get some pretty bad conditions right here. Places like Lalo, Luna, Pamplona, Claveria. All these areas are expected to get some pretty strong winds. And then, of course, as you go farther and farther south, this whole area is going to get gusty winds. But I mean, it's such a small, relatively speaking, small storm. These storms are never small, so. But I'm just saying, relatively speaking, only around 500 kilometers. Isabel D says, just looking for a live weather update that made sense to me without all the scientific terminologies. So hey, thanks and sweet of you to cover, Phyllis. Yep. Remember, guys, if I say anything that sounds too technical, just let me know and I'll explain it. I said if you don't know what like an eyewall replacement cycle is, if you all don't know what I don't know what other terms I could use, or I try not to use too many complicated terms. But Isabel D, do you know what an eyewall replacement cycle is? Just curious. If not, I'll go ahead and explain it. Shelby says if I'm in there, I'm just gonna evacuate. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you would evacuate to, though. I mean, I guess farther away. I don't know how much of an evacuation the Philippines do. So, Isabel D, that's another question I have for you. Um, like, how often do people in the Philippines evacuate necessarily? And if you've heard of anything with people evacuating this storm, especially in that Signal 5 area. I'm just curious if you've heard anything about that. That's a lot of lightning activity right there. Just gonna post that somewhere. And thank you all those who are just tuning in. Remember, if you have any questions for me about your local location, on what impacts you could receive, or even if it's just family located in the northern Philippines or even central Philippines for this next storm, including Manila. If you're curious about a specific area, just type in chat. I don't care if I've already covered it. I will gladly explain it again because I know that new viewers are just tuning in. Yeah, you all haven't been updated yet throughout the past 3 hours I've been streaming. So I want to keep bringing in new information to the new ones who just joined in. So if you have any questions about your local area or anywhere you're interested in the northern, in central Philippines, be sure to let me know. If you were saying that landfall maybe at 12:10, I don't think so. Wait, no, that can't be possible. Because it's already 11:55. I don't think it's going to be that time unless they're talking about additional hour. Still got a lot of time to go until it makes its landfall. Yep, Shelby, thanks for the classification on that. Isabel D says people have evacuated in the Signal 5 area, but sadly, evac areas have been pummeled so badly that secondary evac sites are being done by local officials. Oh, wow, okay. So I don't understand what all that means. That so badly that they're being done by local officials. I'm not aware of much of the Philippine stuff. I'm someone from the United States. MedX says still sunny and a little bit windy right now there. I have a question for you, the person who is living down there. Because, yeah, it is daylight out there for you. I'm curious, have you been noticing the clouds moving pretty fast in a southeasterly direction or easterly direction? Are you all, yeah, probably eastwards. Like those clouds that are closer to the ground if they're moving any quicker that you can notice. So I know that's a cool phenomenon to watch with these tropical cyclones. Sorry, I'm just Yep, thanks for the explanation there. Weather Uncharted says I watched the clouds move very fast during Milton. Yep, it's pretty cool. Like when you're able to look up in the sky. Uh, Maddox says I think I do notice it, but I can't really see it much. It's because it's a little bit hazy here right now. Can't really see it that much. No worries. I don't know if you've ever noticed it before though, in like past storms that have impacted you. It's a pretty cool thing to look at, especially during the daytime. You can see how fast clouds are moving. There's a perfect reasoning for that. On this satellite imagery right here, I'm just showing you the tops of clouds. You guys will never be able to see this because it's only something you'll see up at 70,000 feet, 60, 50,000 feet. Something you can see, though, is going to be if I go over to Taraji, this storm. These are multiple levels of clouds. These are clouds right near the surface, and these are clouds higher up in the air. So these would be the kind of clouds you see spinning very fast, if that makes sense. Because here you can clearly tell these other colors are basically clouds that are higher up in the air. Then you can see the center circulation compared to those wispy clouds in the air. I can't really see the storm eye. Yep. Oops, I'm gonna pull up Himawari mesosector. Here we can see what it's been doing since I started streaming. Getting closer and closer to landfall. More vertical heat tower. Okay, I know that that's a complicated term. I just know that that's like burst in colors right here. Notice how those colors around the eye have increased a bit. The eye is becoming more apparent. Doesn't mean it's strengthening, just means it's maintaining intensity. Or like it's slowing down its weakening phase. But yeah, this is what we call a convective burst. Convection is just clouds right in here. And you can see all the lightning activity, meaning that this is very strong winds right in here. Probably, super typhoon force gust right in here. So this is eventually approaching the northeastern coast of Luzon. Doesn't seem like there's many areas here, which is fortunate. Heck, there's like nowhere here. I didn't realize that. I would be positioning over here if I was chasing it, but I didn't realize that you can't even really go here. See that there are some towns and stuff like that. Such a different road network than I'm used to in the United States. Akina Mix says, yes, it's very mountainous, yep. And that should fortunately help weaken it dramatically, or drastically, over the next 24, or probably 18, 12 to 18 hours, I'd say. The good news about these pinhole storms is that they're so small, they're so vulnerable, that if the eyewall gets torn up, they can't really recover. So I know that you all are getting hit, but this will spare the Babuin Islands quite a lot. Because it's going to be a drastic weakening. Alright, yeah, the problem is, I've been seeing this a lot. Those who are in a signal 4 warning, especially on the eastern area of Cagayan, you guys need to be treating this like a signal 5 warning. I don't know why it's only issued right here. The landfall is going to be right in here, so I don't know why they haven't upgraded that. I mean, I know why. They believe it's going to go right here. But it doesn't... Oh, wait, no. Here's the correct thing. Sorry about that. Let me close this. You guys over here need to be treating it like a signal 5 warning. Because the storm, it's not really going this way. Here, if I show you all right over here, it's going a little bit more south than this. It's going all the way down here. So the worst conditions aren't just occurring here, they're going to be occurring all throughout here. This whole area, really gusty conditions, really damaging winds. Just checking something. I'd like to see this just on a different scale. Okay, I know what to do. Let me click on it. Just trying to find something real quick. Off screen. Alright, live stream on this storm. Just clicking on something off screen. Almost finished with it. Yeah, okay, perfect. Right now I have it up. Let's see if anyone else said anything real quick. Usagi is like a ball look at that. It's almost a perfect circle, not really. Yeah, I mean, right in here, it's like a complete circle right in here. All the extra heat it generated from being such a powerful, Category 5. Take a look at this right here. Absolutely stunning, all this cirrus clouds. They've disconnected from the storm itself right there. See it, the cirrus shield leaving. So it is almost a perfect circle there. Maddox YT24 says, looks like Manny is developing a burst to clouds again in its center. Yep, now keep in mind this does not mean that it is strengthening necessarily. It just means it's trying to maintain its intensity. We're getting pretty close to a landfall, likely within the next 2 hours. Probably even sooner than that, actually. I'm going to go back 2 hours. Yeah, I'm going to actually lower this by another... I'm going to lower this by another 30 minutes, I think. So it's 60 plus 54, that would be 115, I think. Then I'm going to change it to the correct time in 45 seconds. Just because it does whatever it wants to. Okay, I don't know what I just did there. Alright. But yeah, in a moment I will tell you all something else. Shelby says it's developing the eyewall, that's why. Well, not really. It's just holding on to its old one. It's not developing anything yet. It's just, it wants to undergo an eyewall replacement cycle. It's just, it can't. Doesn't have enough time. Alright, let me update this. Alright, almost got that on sync. Yeah, I forgot to change something. That was my fault. Yep, just like that, I think. Wait, no, I did want it like this, I think, yeah. Whoops, okay. No, I didn't want this. Hold on. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to figure this thing out. Okay, now I think I know what I wanted. Alright. I'm going to say it's 83 minutes, and I'm going to update it just so that... I know there's a lot of people who want to see the counters at the same time. I do my best to do that. Alright, in around 10 seconds or so, I'm going to do it. There we go. Okay, thank you all for waiting on that. And I might have to decrease this another 30 minutes in a bit. Weather 87 says outer bands of 19L now impacting some of Central America. Let's take a break and look at 19L. Oh, yeah, new GFS run coming out. Yep, certainly failing to do much. Okay, satellite imagery, there we go. And let's take a look at satellite imagery on it. Yep, you're right on that. They're now just starting to touch the Nicaraguan Honduras border right in here. The bands of it now. This is going to be a start for a long next few days of torrential rainfall. So, I mean, there could be as much as 20 inches of rain. That is quite a lot. Yeah, it is interesting to note that the storm is trying to undergo what we call tropical cyclone genesis, but it is struggling. We don't even know if it's going to form or not. Shelby says you really like Bulavin. Well, it's a fish storm. Yeah, actually, I realized that, Bulavin was probably one of the most fun storms I've ever tracked, especially seeing it on Guam's radar. That was amazing. And the fact that it didn't really impact anywhere. Shelby says Usagi speed is now 20 kilometers per hour. What do you mean by 10-20? Sorry about that. I don't know what you mean. Do you mean 10 to 20 kilometers per hour? Yeah, I'd say landfall in around an hour is likely. I'm going to lower this down to another 30 minutes down. Sorry about this, guys. I was not expecting this to happen like this. Just go like this, and I'll update it in a moment just to get it back. Was not expecting it to try and speed up a bit. Yeah, someone who said 1210 landfall is turning out to be more accurate. Of course, it's not making landfall at that exact time, but it is pretty close. Someone on Twitter said, hold on, let me get this ready. And someone on Twitter said Usagi Ofel PH. Yep, Zach Weathers said that. Okay. Remember, guys, I'm also streaming on Twitter. You can pop in there if you'd like, but don't really read the comments there because there's much more on YouTube. And I appreciate you all so much for chatting. And remember, guys, if you want to just talk, that really helps me out because I just my brain melts. My brain turns to mush, focusing on the same thing for such a long time. Weather 87 says, I think Recon will find just enough to classify it, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Recon comes out soon, so we'll see what they show. Shelby says yes. Okay, 10 to 20 kilometers per hour. All right. So it is nearing a landfall pretty soon. Shelby says Bulavin on Sunset is so cool in your interest. Thank you so much. I'm going to have to change it, though, to a new storm in the next coming intros. I'm going to probably chase it. Yeah, you all will have to guess to see what storm it is. I'm not going to say it, but you all could probably guess what storm it will be. Actually, I don't know. Maybe it changes in the next 5 days what my plan will be if this next storm becomes pretty bad. Weather Uncharted says, every year I miss the early big storm in the Western Pacific. What do you mean by that? Like you're not tracking the big storm? Weather 87 says NOAA ADT has the center position on 19L messed up so bad it's saying shear for the scene type. Lol. Oh, wow. Okay. That's not good. Manix YT says probably the landfall will be on Isabella. I don't think it's on Santa Ana. I don't think it's going to be Isabella, to be exact. I think it'll be on Cagayan. Right there, because if we take a look at the storm, yeah, it's already more north of the border. The border's somewhere like right around here. So it does seem like it is going to impact Cagayan more and head towards Santa Ana. Shelby says, bro, get some sleep. Well, I mean, I try to do this to keep you all updated as much as I can. I will get some sleep, maybe, eventually. We'll see. The main problem with storms like this is they make landfall in multiple areas. Landfall isn't for another um, 8 hours or so in this next one, I think. I forget how time works. Yeah, in around 8 hours, 9 hours or so. So I do have time to get sleep after this storm makes its landfall. It's not going to be a lot. That's not going to be my full sleep. I'm going to have to take lots of naps later in the day. But yeah, I do this to keep you all informed. So if that doesn't deserve a like or subscribe, I don't know what does. I did want to bring up my statistics on the last stream I did on Taraji or Nika. Something I just wanted to say that I found cool about the audience. On that stream, a total of 88.2% of the views were from the Philippines, with 4.5% from the United States. So that's pretty good. That most of the people who watched that stream were in the Philippines. Of course, most of the watch time, 88%, almost 89% of the watch time was from people who aren't subscribed. So, if you're watching the stream, you want to stay updated because I always stream on these storms. So, if you want to stay up to date for your area, be sure to subscribe. I don't stream often, but I try to do my best. Shelby says 8 hours of sleep. That's super good. Well, and I'm not going to be sleeping for that long. Probably maybe 4 hours. I don't know. Maybe 3 hours, 2 hours. I don't know. I'll try to get as much sleep as I can. MattXYT24 says I only have 7 hours of sleep today. Might go sleep again later at 4 p.m. Wow, that's early. That's early for me at least. Alright, let's see. We have a new update on the cone right here. I'm going to pull it up. I'm not an update, but just a better graphic. Now, this cone I would follow the most compared to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. Just it does show the southern motion right here, so I do think they did a better job at it. It's probably already a typhoon at this point, though. That's the thing. So, super typhoon possible on all of these dots right in here. So it's like, don't be surprised if this thing explodes into a category 5 in this time frame. The ceiling is incredibly high. When we say ceiling, we mean like the maximum intensity it can get. There's some things that can stop it from doing it, but this thing can really get strong. So just be prepared for this. But I'm trying to set it at Jeez. That's interesting. Hold on, I'm curious. Something else. Um, do you all see that reaction thing? I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. That thing that you can use to react with things, the heart and whatever. I genuinely want to try something with that. Yeah, can you try that real quick? I just want to see, because there's this huge spike that pops up in my graph. No, I don't mean emoji sending it in the chat. I mean pressing that one button. It's just something silly I see. Um, is here. I'll show you all what I mean. What I mean. I'm not gonna share my whole entire thing, but let me just send it somewhere. Alright, I'm gonna show it what it looks like on my end when you all do that. Right here, you'd see the typical amount of chatting you all do. And that's like one message every so often, whatever. And then when you spam reactions, it just skyrockets up there. So I have 867 reactions. That just plummets down. And then it goes back to normal. So, it's just something silly that I like doing. I'd never seen that before, though, so. We're gonna hit 1 million before too long. Anyways, we're approaching 40 minutes until approximate time of landfall. After that, I try and wait every hour, and I see if my main thing is I try to get around 500 views an hour. If it's less than that, I don't see it being worth it. So I would end the stream by that point. If landfall occurs and we enter the end of an hour, and I see it's less than 500, I'll end. If it's more, I'll keep going. It's a bit less sleep for me, but I can deal with that. After it passes through the Babuin Islands, that will have more than enough time to get sleep. Oh, I do want to pull up something, actually. Another thing, actually, I want to pull up. I see that the stream reached 2.1 thousand views. I want to see something about that. Let's see, 2.2. Okay, this is now officially the my fifth most popular stream, beating out Otis from a year ago. So thank you all so much for making this the top 5 live streams. I don't know why one of my other streams didn't appear here. It was supposed to be there. Um, I don't know if it's just not updated or... Because the stream I did on Yinzing has 200... well, that one makes sense. But some of these streams, I know I have more views than it actually shows. I thank you all so much for that. To be fourth most popular, I just need another 60 views, so it's not gonna be long until I beat out Barrel, the main Barrel landfall. Shelby says Chase needs more views for real. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support like that. Maddox YT says, does Haiyan Yolanda hold the record for strongest tropical cyclone ever recorded? And I think Diane Mu potentially holds that record. Moranti as well, or other storms. Shelby says no, Hurricane Patricia. Yeah, that was another one of those 3 that probably have around 215 miles per hour. And then Shelby says, but Haiyan is a devastating storm, though. Yeah, the difference between all these is that Haiyan struck at like peak intensity almost. Haiyan, I believe, is the strongest landfall, strongest storm that touches land. Like at that intensity. It's either that or Goni Rolly. Someone says Haiyan, Moranti, and Goni is tied with 196 mile an hour winds. The thing is, I have an unofficial analysis. Sometimes the officials don't do the best job at analyzing storms, so that's why I have them at differing intensities. Alright, let's take a look at what's going on with our this storm right here. The eyewall looks to be touching the coast right now. The eye has warmed up slightly. I don't know if it has actually. Yep, it has warmed slightly. It's come back a bit. I don't know what that's going to mean. I don't see that yet. And now we're getting into serious territory where the eye wall, the strongest, one of the areas with pretty powerful winds are now touching the coast. I don't know how many people are there though. But yeah, right along here. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like it's that populated though. That area is going to start feeling the effects of the storm. Landfall should be within the next 36 minutes. We'll see. This is around 10 minutes ago, so if I go 45 minutes ago. Alright, so compare it from here to here. Yeah, roughly, maybe a little bit more. I don't know. I don't know what typhoon is tied with those. I don't know. It might have been Dianmu. I don't know. Oh, Surigay, I think. Surigay would be the one. I believe so. I think that was 190, 195. You'll need to check, though. Yeah, it is cool seeing the fact that the eye kind of fizzled out and then came right back. I don't know what's causing that. I don't think it's intensifying at all. It should just be weakening at this point. Shelby says, damn, did Usagi slow her down? I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Maybe. I thought it might have sped up a bit. It's hard to tell. We are getting awfully close to landfall within the next now 35 minutes until it makes its landfall. Yeah, it's like there's a good amount of time until it does that. If we go over to 19 here, I'm gonna pull up some other stats on these storms that I haven't cycled back through in a while. Let's go through all these storms real quick. 19L, let's take a look at this forecast cone right here. Very warm waters. The only issue is oceanic heat content isn't that great in this area, which is coincidentally where the storm's going through. So it's stalling over an area with less than 100 units of oceanic heat content. Here's a look at the forecast intensifying. It's expected to intensify pretty quickly, 20 knots in 24 hours. Alright, here's a look at the probabilities. Or here, I'm going to go through all of this, okay? This is quite a bit. Here's a look at the overall ensembles, the general area that they want them to go. Towards Florida there. Not a lot, though. This would be on roughly within the next 7 or 8 days. And then if we take a look at ensemble means, here's a look at all different ones. This is the Canadian, the European, and American ensembles. Notice how the Canadian has it slightly faster and slightly more northwest. The European model has it going, European and American model have it quite close to one another. I don't know what or in black is ensemble mean, never mind, sorry. There's so many colors, I don't know what's what, okay. UK Met, oh, UK Met's not running, okay, that's why. I don't see it. And then if we pull up stuff like how strong the storms are expected to be, here's a look at the American ensembles. Notice the ones that go eastern over here are going to be the strongest because the ocean can support it. These are going to be the strongest ones right over here. The ones that curve farther east, they're going to be stronger by the time it curves towards Florida. The ones that have it closer land have it weaker in entering the Bay of Campeche. So it's still pretty hard telling what it's going to do. If we pull up the European ensembles, these are pretty stronger. They do have it, but you can tell though that the eastern ones have it stronger. So the more east it goes, more south, the more southern tip of the more south you go of the peninsula of Florida, the stronger the impacts. If we take a look at the Canadian ensembles, right here, these have it pretty fast, but they don't have it as strong. If we look at the UK Mets, which doesn't have anything, now let's go for the trend for the past 4 runs. Right here, so we can see how with time the storm has shifted farther south, right down there. No longer near Jamaica, it shifted pretty far south. And because of that, if we go down to the 24-hour point, notice how much farther south the new forecast is, right down there. If we go down another 24 hours, right over here, still farther south, barely touching the coast of Honduras. We go forward another 24 hours. Very close to the coast, whereas the previous runs had it farther away. We go forward another 24 hours. Over here now, notice how west it is as well. This is a significant shift westward, which puts it over more land, meaning it prevents it from strengthening even further. But it does curve farther. It's more of a parabola, where it curves now farther south. So we'll see. Alright, let's take a look at some more of the, hold on, actually I'm going to finish this up first. If we take a look at total density right here, this is where most of the models want to take it. So you can see like 30% rough, or 25, 20% have them hitting Florida here. Kind of hard to tell though. And here's a look at all the ensembles, stuff like this. So here's the area of the greatest potential of it reaching within 150 kilometers too. So you can see the red down here, 100%, because that's where it's going. But this is the general path it will take, is what it looks like. It will be a stronger storm if it heads towards this way. It will be a weaker storm if it goes down here, potentially dissipating. So here's a look at all the models right here. You can see that the American models are farther this way, European models are farther that way. Now if we take a look at summary plot, okay, that doesn't show anything. Alright, let's see what someone's saying here. Let's see. It's a super typhoon. Yes, officially it is a super typhoon. I don't think it's that strong. I think it's weaker. Probably by around, I don't know how much. I can't do conversions off the top of my head. We're also 30 minutes away from landfall. See what else there is. Yes, but it's weakening. 19L intensifying. Too high pressure area in Russia and Japan. That's why storms are going westwards. Isabel D says, can you talk about how the other low pressure area entering the Philippine Sea will traverse? Let's take a look at that. I'll gladly do that. So here's a look at the latest forecast cone. It should enter the area responsibility by around tonight, overnight tonight, and we should get the name Pepito. Keep in mind, it's not named Pepito until it enters this box. It is expected to continue moving here, strengthening into a typhoon. Keep in mind, these underdo it, so there is a possibility it becomes a super typhoon in here. It can very quickly bomb out, like explode in intensity into like a Category 5 monster, similar to what Usagi was like earlier. I do believe this cone does an amazing job of showing the potential areas where it will go. The cone from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center doesn't do as great of a job. Right in here, they have it much more north. Notice how the center of the cone has it more north of this island, whereas this cone has it farther south of that island, so you can clearly tell the difference with this. Now, the system is expected to plow through here. There's a broad area where it could go, right through here though. And the center of the cone, though, does have it going directly over Manila. That would bring typhoon force winds for Manila. Certainly something to watch out for. The thing with potential tropical cyclone 19, even a slight wobble north or south could change the track dramatically due to that due west movement. Yep. Now the issue with this storm 19L, let's go over to it. Problem with it is its center is trying to develop right down here. So if it continues moving due west, it is literally going to dissipate right over here. So it has to get pulled up northwards, the circulation. Recon, what they find is going to be quite interesting, seeing where the center actually exists. Alright, thanks for the information on the run coming out. Alright, let's go back to Tomerberg's thing. Here's a look at the spread right here. The general direction it's supposed to go. There's a lot of less spread over the next 60 to 84 hours. Not a lot of spread there. Confidence is, of course, lowering, especially after the 5-day point. It's low there. And then confidence, versus climatology, is getting pretty high over here. So, just something to note. Now here's a look at the probabilities where it could go. Of course, this is within 200 kilometers of an area. It's around a 10% chance for Florida over here. Yeah, you can see the general area it's going to go. It does have a decent chance of rapid intensification, 19% chance of the next 24 hours. That would bring it up to around 55 knots, so, high-end tropical storm. That doesn't do much, but, yeah. But 55 knots over 48 hours, that would bring it up to around, let's see, let me do some math. That would be almost Category 2 status. 21% chance of getting close to Category 2 status. You can see, though, that wind shear skyrockets towards the end. That's something to watch out for. Shelby says game over. Yep. No, or Weather 87 says 1 knot off TS/gale force using NOAA objective ADT. Alright, thank you for that. Alright, let's take a look at another storm through here. Let's go down the list. Let's go down to Taraji. Not much to talk about here. Gonna just meander near the China, Hong Kong general area and then move southwards. It's gonna be likely a remnant low. Won't be much, but of course, spread. The confidence is pretty high, so nothing bad with that. Not expected to do much. You can see the trends over time, though. Initially, though, the runs have done good, but it's gone more and more to the north. Just a little bit of a scare for those in Hong Kong and China, but it will, again, dip down south, so that's good. Yep, and then I was going to go back here. Nothing much is expected out of it. So if we go down the list again, let's go over to, I'm going to skip that actually and go to Usagi. Yeah, you can see the clear spread right in here. Something to note very closely. Right in here, it gets split up. Look at that split right there. We do not know what it's going to do, and it's probably going to take that westward curve, would be my guess. If we take a look at ensemble means right here. So it seems like that the Canadian model is split roughly 50-50, but generally having more storms down here. Same thing with the American model, more storms down here. The European, though, is the one who's more sold on making it go east. If we take a look at the GEFS ensembles, the American ensembles, notice how many more curve west. So that could be a Vietnam threat. Notice how all the storms wanted to strike Vietnam, so that is something they'll need to watch out for, as like another tropical storm, rainmaker kind of stuff. The European ensembles, though, none have it going over towards Vietnam. All of them have it going towards Taiwan, the Ryukyu Islands, now towards Japan. The Canadian ensembles, pretty split, 50-50 there. And then if we go to the UK Met, which doesn't show anything. Alright, trend over the past 4 runs. We can see the difference right here, how it's moved more south and west than forecasted. Notice how it moves down here, here, here. So if we go ahead 24 hours, yep, right over here. I believe now right here actually. Notice how much more west the system is, and it's actually more it's actually going to hit right around here-ish. So it's continuing to move even farther west. If we go ahead another 24 hours, notice how it does have it striking Taiwan, something to look out for. Then notice how much of a spread they have. It could be down here, it could be down here. We don't know. We honestly don't know. I'll know a lot better during my next stream, if I am streaming for Babuin Islands. Here's a look at the total density right throughout here. See how generally they have more ensembles moving this way, but still a lot of them do travel this way. If we pull up the highlights here, a very big split right there. So this is a pretty interesting image right here. I'm going to send this somewhere. Yep, and then if we go to summary plot, I don't know what this does. Oh yeah, here's this. So yeah, you can see the difference right here. Spread is around average, 36 to 48 hours. But look at how much more spread there is at 60 to 96 hours. That is a lot. They honestly don't know where it's going to go, so they have the center right around here. It is, like I said, those in Taiwan, you should be ready for a typhoon impact, but just know that there is a 50-50 shot it completely misses you. So don't go out of your way to focus on this. Just be cautious on it. Be prepared for it. A solar eclipse is near. When is solar eclipse? November 69th, 2024. I don't know if you mean that. If the high pressure area dissipated as possible, it can go northeast. Alright, I don't know what's steering it. Let's actually take a look at that. Yeah, I'm learning with you guys as I go through this. So the GFS run, let's take a look at height anomaly up here. So there's the ridge right there, blocks it. And it completely blocks it. Now if I pull up the European model, oh, I'm guessing it's this subtropical ridge right here. Let me pull up the difference. I don't know what's the difference between the two, honestly. I don't see much of a difference. Half say and HMON now running on 00Z for 19L. Thank you so much for that. Oh, Half say is also running on this system. Let's take a look at it. Thank you so much for the reminder. This would be Usagi. They initialize it at 912 millibars. That's insane. 916 millibar landfall at around 1 a.m., so, or close to it. They have it at 163 knots. That's insane. And 162 knot landfall. That's not really happening. Satellites, or sadly, I said satellite instead of sadly. Sadly, satellite imagery won't show up here. Alright, they do have it hitting the Babuin Islands, though, so I will have to do a stream on that when it hits there. Maddox YT says, yeah, I can go northeast, but the forecast said there might be another high pressure near Siberia. Shelby says, yep, there is for the half stuff, I think. Alright, let's go back. See, though, in terms of GFS ensembles, the American model do have them going towards Vietnam. Pretty high chance of that. So that's this storm. Now let's go over to the big one, Man Yi. Here's a look at its, or yeah, here, let's go in depth on this. Here's a look at where it's supposed to go in terms of ensembles. Now, keep in mind, these models will be a little bit far north of them. I'm not going to go into all the reasoning, it's just, they don't do great with intensity, all that stuff. So it is going to be the southernmost ones that you'll need to look out for, which is why Manila is in the center of the forecast cone and the Pegasa cone. So if we take a look at the difference of them, or actually ensemble means, let's take a look at a cluster of them. So, American model has it very far north. The UK Met one is doing probably the best out of all of them. Canadian and European aren't doing the best. And they do have a potential Hainan Island impact. So they're going to have to watch out for this. The American model, I don't know why ensembles suddenly start splitting out here. That will not happen. But you can just see, though, the sheer amount of ensembles here just curving westwards. That's likely going to happen. But I feel like that the best track is going to be these ensembles right down here. We'll see. If we pull up the European model, it's going to be the same kind of shenanigans right there. But notice how strong they have it. They have it in the 930s. So they have Category 5 ensembles there. Notice how quick this deepens from around, your typical 1,000 millibars to 930 millibars right in here. Canadian model, I think, does the best job at where it's going to strike. I believe so, yeah. Somewhere in between here and here. And Manila should be really watching out. Oh, it's the UK Met, I think, did the best job. Yeah, here we go. Because this does show the southwestern jog in the beginning. Right in here, and it slowly corrects it. So really anywhere in from this area all the way over to here needs to be watching closely. Just stay updated. You all can follow me on Twitter. I post updates there, or you can join my Discord server if you want. Isabel D says, do you have a buy me a coffee? I have Patreon if you want to take a look at that. If you want to support the work I do. Oh, I was going to open it up on there. Hold on. I can't show everything there. Let me try and find it. So if you do want to support me, you can just do $1 a month. That's all you need to do. Just not lots. I don't ask for much. Anything helps, though. Oops, let me try. I'm trying to send it in chat. There you go. I sent it in there as a link. I don't know if you all can see it or not. The link I just sent in chat. Can you all see that? I have heard things where they say that you can't see the link if you send it in chat. I don't know if that's other people sending it in as an anti-spam thing, or if it's just, or if I can send it. Okay, thank you. And Isabel D, do you have Discord? Just curious of that. Easy, there are perks you get in there if you have it. Weather 87 says somewhat of a north trend with 19L so far with the latest run, surprisingly. I doubt that. They're initializing wrong, probably. The main issue with that system... Let's see, can I pull this up again? Thank you. Main issue is that the center is likely farther south than what models think it is. Yeah, notice that southwestern jog. Look at that. Sure, it was up here earlier. Now it's jogged quite a bit to the southwest. Weather 87 says halves B especially. Let's take a look at that. So half speed model run, 19L. Yeah, we don't even know if it's gonna stay north, that far north at all. It seriously might be down here, and if it stays west, it's gonna just plow into Honduras in near Nicaragua. Ability says, sorry, no, I don't have Patreon, but just love that someone not in Manila covers these type of storms and hurricanes in this part of the world. So I really appreciate it, Holland. Thank you so much. Yep, I do my best here. If you have any friends who live in the Philippines, you want to recommend me to them, that'd be fantastic. So we are nearing a landfall with likely within the next 12 minutes. You know what? I have an idea of something. I want to play a sound effect every time there's a landfall or whatnot. I can do that. You know the landfall things I use in my animations? Yes, I have that as a soundboard, so I'm able to actually press it and do a landfall sound effects. Here, I can actually test that out right now. Here, I can do this. Sorry for the jump scare. There you go. I can do that kind of stuff. Only for the most powerful landfalls, though. A. Aaron says PTC 19 is weird. Yeah, certainly it is, yeah. We don't know when what it's gonna do. We'll have a much better idea, I bet, within the next 12 hours. Um, Weather 87 says will be very nice to see the center fixed on recon to actually have its location. Exactly. Shelby says finally we've been here since from the start and not bored. Yep. Maddox YT says was Manny the same trek as Typhoon Glenda in 2014? Let's take a look at that. Typhoon Glenda 2014. Oh, Ramazan. No, I don't think so. Maybe. Yeah, actually maybe. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, you're 100% right on that. Just the way it plows through the Philippines. Over here though, it's not going to happen. But you know, the track it takes it's kind of similar. The storm's over here, so it's going to be doing one of these maneuvers. But yeah, you're right. It goes through the Philippines the same exact way. Shelby says, by the way, can you send in the icons and sounds? I'm going to credit you. Sorry, these icons are exclusively for my channel. No one else can use them. Sorry, it's just, I've made them. I spent a lot of time on them. Because, I've been using icons that other people made for me but I wanted to try and make icons just specifically for me that no one else can use or whatnot. So these icons are exclusively used by me. Similar to how Force 13, only they can use those icons. Shelby says, okay, understandable, thanks. Yep, you're welcome. Weather 87 says center either relocating or to, hold on, let me make sure that's working, okay. Yep, Weather 87 says center's either relocating more north or deepening quite nice based on the buoy. Pressure has dropped around 0, or 0.6 millibars, I'm guessing that's what that says, in an hour at the buoy. Something to watch, certainly, yep. But I don't know about more north, we'll see. I'm not going to discount anything. Alright, so this was as of 12 minutes ago. So if I go back another 12 minutes ago, it's probably about to make landfall any moment. Let's take a look at visible imagery. I'm about to strike the coast. Shelby says, let's go. Yep, I want this to be over with as fast as possible. Just get the impacts out of the way. You know, we don't need it to stall over any areas. But those especially on Santa Ana, conditions are quickly deteriorating. You all should be in your safe spaces right now, as you all are pretty much guaranteed to get typhoon force winds, maybe even major typhoon force winds. So just be very prepared for this. But yeah, this is why I was saying Signal 5 warnings should not just be in this area. They should also be down here. Or Signal 5, yeah. Set the landfall sound on 7 minutes, 7:50. Yeah, no, I mean, I have it all ready to go. I'll have to declare it, though, so. Any moment now, might have already made landfall, we won't know yet. Is this imagery is like 12 minutes out of date. But it's pretty interesting though to see that 23% of viewers so far are in a, signal 5 warning. 15% are in a signal 3 to 4. 10% are in a signal 1 to 2. 52% are in none. That's just something I was curious on. Check Windy if it's out of. Windy is even further out of date. This is a mesosector imagery, so it's more. It quickly updates. Hold on, I want to see the halves run. It has it quickly tearing apart. Drops by around 40 millibars in the matter of 3 hours. That is quick weakening. Still going to be a typhoon, though. See, its purple color is typhoon force wind, so likely to occur for a broad area there. Curious if there's an island there. It doesn't show up in borders, but winds show it. Anyways, yeah, I really like the fact that these models will show extremely high resolution stuff on like land and how land gets less wind. Yeah, they do have tropical storm force winds potentially reaching the southern coast of Taiwan over the next day or so. Forever and always says no landfall yet. Nope, not yet. See, here's windy. This is out of date. But notice the amount of lightning that's happening in the eastern eyewall. These are these are the winds that are probably gusting up to super typhoon force. So we'll get a couple more frames. We'll see if we have to add time to the landfall counter. We may have to only add like another 5 minutes or so. We'll see. Alright. Yeah, RadarNet's not working. I don't know what happened to it. I think it got like shut down or something. I see a whole bunch of people joining the stream. If you're curious about your local location, what the conditions are getting, or if you're curious about family who lives in the Philippines, especially northern and central, mainly for the Manyi or Pepito that's coming in soon, you can always just send it in chat and I'll answer the best of my ability. So there's a lot of new people tuning the stream, and if you find this stuff informative, be sure to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel out. It does appear though that within the next 4 minutes or so, landfall is likely. I'm gonna declare it then, I think, because keep in mind this is around 14 minutes out of date. I go back another 14 minutes is over here. I'll add 5 minutes to it. That's all I'm gonna add. I was just clicking on a video someone sent me. Alright, let me just... all I'm doing is I'm gonna up this by another 5 minutes just to verify the landfall. Why there's more cluster of clouds near Micronesia? Let's take a look at that. Clouds near Micronesia. This stuff right here shouldn't be anything to be too concerned about. It is a little bit of a tropical wave right in here, but I don't expect much out of it. Models shouldn't show really anything. Oh, okay, wrong thing. See, yeah, nothing pops up out of that. Thanks for pointing that out, though. But yeah, I don't really expect anything. There's something over here that's probably just a bias in the model. Okay, let's see what else there is. Shelby says check Pagasa. Check it for what? I'll check it right now. Do they have an update? Nope, I don't see it. Okay, let's see what else people are saying. Uh, Poons Lauren says you have many Filipinos watching you. Much appreciated. Helps our relatives informed right along the path of the storm. Thank you. Poons Lauren, if you want to know your local location, how impacts are going there, be sure to let me know. Due to the best of my ability. So let me change this to 6 minutes. Whoops, did not mean to do that, sorry. There you go. I do think that within the next 6 minutes or so it should make a landfall. Forever and Always says I'm watching Earth Uncut TV also when picking up where they are. Do you know where they are? I can't pull up stream for just copyright reasons. He does an amazing job chasing. Same thing with a guy named Sora, I believe. Alright, what do you mean what website am I using? If this is the website you're talking about, it is Tropical Tidbits. It's one of the most popular websites out there, by far. So I do think it will be another 5 minutes until it makes its landfall. Maybe we'll have to add another 5, I don't know. Keep in mind, this imagery is roughly 10 minutes out of date, so I'm just doing this extra 5 minutes as making sure. Oops, okay. Messed up the counter again. Okay. If Manny or Pepito is near landfall, people are going to watch live weather updates. Yep, I will be here again for that stream, and I'm likely going to be streaming again later in the morning today. Or in like the next 5 hours or so, in case it does look like it's going to be making a landfall near the Babuin Islands. So just get ready, I'm not done yet. I'm going to get a little bit of sleep and then I'll be back right to it. Not ending it yet though. Alright, sorry, I'm just going to update the counter because I know it looks bad right now. Right now. There we go. I can only type in the amount of minutes. Manny might probably explode as it enters the PAR. Yep, when it enters the Philippine area of responsibility, it has a very high chance of really rapidly intensifying. Alright, we are getting close to a landfall. Newest frame comes out, and it shows that the western eyewall is deteriorating right over land. This is because of mountains right over here that stops the convection from really reaching, or it really lowers the amount of clouds there. So in this imagery it looks like a landfall, but not yet. We're very close. We're incredibly close to getting the landfall. What do black colors in the circle mean? What do you mean by that? If you're talking about this right here, this is land. This is the Philippines. What do you mean by black colors in the circle, if you don't mind me asking? My really best question right now, does storm suck waters on ocean? What? Okay. Yes, okay, that color there is the land. Right in here, this is where the Philippines is, right in here. Notice the coastline. Landfall is when the center of the storm, not the eye touching land, but the center of the storm has to go from touching water to touching land. That is the official classification of that, along with the red, black, yellow stuff. Oh, okay, you're talking about all this color. These are how cold the cloud tops are. So as you go, if we're looking at a vertical column over here, where this is the ground, this is like the ocean, then this is the space right up here. As you go up in the air, temperature starts to cool. Temperature continues to cool and cool down as you go up and up in the air. So what this shows is this is a satellite all the way up in space scanning this right here and trying to measure cloud top temperatures. And so the colder the cloud tops, this is in Celsius, degrees Celsius, the more powerful the storm is, really. The more, I don't know how to describe it. It doesn't mean like there's winds here. It just shows us, gives us an idea of how strong the storm is. If you were to actually look at it from space, it would look like this. Right there. But this helps us determine where the eye is because we can see a little bit of a clear slot that visible imagery cannot. Right, we are around 1 minute until landfall. Now remember, this is more of just a meteorological term than it is as much as impacts. Impacts are still going to be going on as landfall occurs, but landfall is stunting any intensification. This thing is now going to be continuously weakening. Shelby says, yes, cyan and blue, cold, yep. TH2408 says a perfect thing there. The mountainous terrain will rip it apart. Yep. That is going to be very fortunate news. So we're looking at landfall in around the next 30 seconds. Any moment now, and then I'll declare it. See right there. Very close there. Okay, let me get it all ready to go. Time to play the sound effects. I'm gonna make this like a tradition or whatever. Alright, getting ready. There we go, okay. It has made landfall as a Category 4, very powerful typhoon, not quite super typhoon strength, but as a minimal Category 4 right now in the northern end of Luzon, and it made landfall in Cagayan right now. Thankfully, there isn't anywhere in that area. But yeah, we do have a landfall now. So yes, it is now overland and is going to be continuing to weaken. No further intensification can occur. These cloud tops are going to start to warm, so you're going to see less and less white and black colors there. Now let me actually get up, I might actually set up another timer right now on the next landfall. I'm going to check out what time that would be. Now, okay, this isn't exactly the best. Let me go to... This time has it right around there. It's likely all the way over here, so... Yeah, landfall isn't until another 7.5 hours. Can I change the text of this at all? I'm curious. Hold on, let me do this. Okay, whoops. No, okay, sorry, I'm trying to change this. I don't like how that works, but I can do a little bit of this maneuver. Hold on. Oh, there we go, time until next landfall. Let me pull this up. So I just need to look up how long that is. Real quick. That would be 450 minutes, okay. Oops. So about that 450, and then I minus a good 7 minutes of that, so it'd be 443, and then turn down to 442 any moment now. Sorry, guys. Almost ready. I'm going to update it as soon as it hits, just so you'll know roughly when the next landfall is going to be. Alright, I'm going to update it as soon as it hits the next minute. I'm going to update this. Close. And hopefully that's not too distracting. Alright, so it does seem like we have a good amount of time. Let me see if I'm going to keep streaming or not. Alright, we do have over 500 views over the past hour, so I am going to keep it going for at least one more hour. But yeah, it has made its landfall. Not officially declared or anything, I don't think. But yeah, you can clearly tell that the center of the storm has moved over land. Aurora is now experiencing signal 3 winds, says Isabel D. Wow. Yep. TH2408 says that Kongray, Yinzing, and Taraji didn't cause much damages because it affected northern Luzon. Yep. Weather87 says that now we are on gale force on 19L via no objective ADT. I don't think it's that strong. Because keep in mind, it's only 25 knots. If it's showing 35 knots, then I don't think it's going to be that drastic of a jump. I'm waiting on recon to get into the storm. Shelby says, nice. Yep. Also, its clouds is going to tear. It's going to get smaller. Get some sleep, Chase. You deserve it. I will in around 50 minutes. Don't worry about that. Thank you so much, though, for all the support. Recon, we'll get into it around 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Alright, perfect. So I'm trying to think real quick about... Oh, wait, we can actually see the outer core on radar. Hold on. That's nice. Was just showing up. Let me play this through, see if we can see it. Oh, is it that right there? No, it's right here. Look, we can actually see it. Right over here, the northern edge of the CDA are basically where all the intense clouds are. So that is neat. Say, we will have better radar data as time goes on. We will be able to track the center better. Why is the eye black? Okay. What are you talking about, this right here? I mean, it's trying to, it's a weird interaction it's having with the mountainous terrain. Notice how the mountainous terrain started clearing up before the eye even reached it. Now the eye is starting to touch land. So now the cloud tops surrounding it are going to start fizzling out. Not any more of the whites and pinks. It's now a grayish, blackish color. So I'm trying to think. I'll go on until 1 a.m. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to think about this strategically. Landfall doesn't appear likely until a while. Um, hmm. I don't know what time to wake up at. This is such a difficult thing. I'm gonna ask real quick. Shelby says Radar's bug on Windy is like disappearing. Yeah, I don't know. If you were saying that the fact that Manyi is getting better organized, let's take a look at that storm. Yeah, look at those new bursts of convection or intense clouds that are forming over the center. Very likely nearing typhoon status right now. Look at these bursts right here. Looks like volcano eruptions there. A Shelby says severe tropical storm. Yep, likely that or typhoon. We'll see. Now let's go back over to Manyi. Take a look at the ensembles on it. Because remember, guys, this is not the only storm that's going to be hitting. So if we take a look at the trend over the last 20 or 48 or 4 runs, actually, sorry. What do you all notice? There should be a clear answer. It's gone pretty far north southwest. It did not hit Guam like it was first forecasted to do. So if we extrapolate that, if we go 24 hours out, look at how far south it's moved. It's actually even farther south now, so it's even going to be southern, more south than any of these. So let's go another, oops, okay. Let's go another 24 hours. Right there, again, notice how it's more south than the previous model runs. We go forward another 24 hours. Right there. Notice how it's near the island right over here. But the previous runs had it going like this. Now it's curving more down here. So if I go another 24 hours. At this point, though, it does shift a little bit more north. But it should hit somewhere right here, according to the ensembles. Maybe even a little bit more south than that, towards Metro Manila. And if we go on in time from that, see, they all just cluster around the same area. Here's a look at total density throughout the past. Wow, that's a long time. I didn't realize it was almost at the international date line when it started. Yeah, it is a lot of time to go. Here's a look at highlights right here, where the models want it to go. UK Met mean is the most likely scenario, so this blue line. If we take a look at no lines right here, of course the probabilities increase because they all cluster together at this point. Then total density of models. You can see the difference though. The more blue you are down here, more red, more green. If we take a look at summary plot right here, the good news is there is pretty less spread right here. We do have high confidence over the next 60 hours where it should be. Actually, well, I mean, at least ensemble is what they're saying. In reality, it's going to be a little bit more south of that. But from 72 to 144 hours, it is expected to be moderate, around moderate spread, or moderate confidence, but that's less spread compared to normal. And then as you go on into the, day 5, mainly the day 6 time frame, or day 7 time frame, pretty low confidence, but still less spread than climatology-wise. I also have icons I want to give to you if you want. Shelby, what kind of icons are those, if you don't mind me asking? Isabel D says, what's your Twitter X account name? Want to follow you. Okay, so it's hurricane_chase on Twitter. So if we go back on here, oh yeah, that was getting close to the international date line. That's insane. Curious about 95S, since this has a decent shot of doing something cool coming out to sea. Shouldn't really impact land. It should be dying out and dissipating by the time it reaches here. Just checking some analytics right now. Oh yeah, I'm gonna check now. This stream is now my fourth most popular stream. So that's pretty impressive. Oh, hold on, I do need to check something off screen. It's something with my channel. Okay, good. Alright. I love how once you click on my channel, it starts playing a video, but when I'm live streaming, it just shows my live stream, so it doesn't jump scare me with that. And all of you. Alright, so no, this is my fifth most popular live stream now. It needs around another, let's see, how many views? Sorry guys, if you don't mind me checking. It would need around another, hold on, I might be at it. No, okay, it would need around another 200 views to reach my third most, or fourth most popular stream. Okay, thank you, Shelby. I don't really need anything right now. Thank you, though. Yeah, thank you, though. Alright. Maybe we are nearing around the 7-hour mark until it makes landfall in the Babuin Islands. I mean, if it does, it's going to be making a pretty close pass. It's over here right now. So I might not have to do another stream. We'll see. Because if it stays on this path, it will not hit the islands. And then I won't be streaming on it. So we'll see. They are still in the cone of uncertainty, so we don't know yet. Also, it is going to be cool watching the Typhoon Usagi start appearing on radar. And we can get more frequent updates every 10 minutes or so. So this may be it, though, for live streaming. I don't know, though. We'll see. I'm probably still going to set my alarm to wake up at like 5 a.m. just to see what's going on. Then if it is going to hit landfall or make landfall, I will jump back into another live stream. But for now, I'm going to keep going until I reach below 500 views an hour. Right now I'm around 535, so I know that number will dwindle down as there's less stuff to look at. You can see, though, that there's a gap right in here between the inner eye wall and kind of like almost an outer one. But that's more so just everything starting to break up now. But yes, that center is over land. And you can see at the time I cleared landfall was right around here. The imagery looked like this at the time, so yeah, the imagery's behind is what I'm saying. This is around 10 minutes out of date. Shelby says wake up at 6 a.m. for more sleep or 6:30 a.m. I don't know. We'll see. I'll do my best then. The main thing is, though, is it looks like it's moving faster than forecast. Landfall's supposed to be at 7:30. Yeah, I'll probably do 6. Then if not, I am going back to bed. I swear, I am gonna get some nice Z's in, and then we'll have to see whether or not it strikes near Taiwan as a typhoon on Friday. That would be the next potential live stream, if not potential tropical cyclone 19 if it strikes as a hurricane, which I doubt it will. Yeah, thank you for the recommendation. I'm curious as to how many subscribers we've got into right now. Whoa, okay. That is quite a bit. That's around 20. Let's see. Okay, I have to do math at 12:30 a.m. for me. Um, that'd be 26, 28 subscribers out of a stream so far. Thank you all so much. And those who are currently watching who aren't subscribed, please consider doing so if you want to stay up to date on these typhoons, or cyclones, hurricanes, wherever they hit. What storm are you going to chase next? Well, um, I don't know. It's going to be 19L, of course, if it hits Florida, but I don't know if that's going to happen. We'll see though. Over the next 2 days, the cone will potentially show Florida, and I have the hiccups. Oh my god. Okay. But now we are just currently watching the satellite imagery just fade away right there as it continues to get worse, you know, or less organized with time, is what I was trying to say. Isabel D says, please track the upcoming storm entering the Philippine Sea and forecast and go over Manila. Thanks. Yep, I will certainly do that. But, or I mean, the thing is, I'm going to be doing that at landfall. So I do these streams at landfall. I don't do them beforehand because I like seeing real-time updates, if that makes any sense. So just know that I'm going to be doing live coverage as it's getting bad, okay? I don't really do much of a preemptive thing. I do it as soon as it starts, like the outer bands or the inner core starts impacting land. That gives it a roughly like a less than 6 hour time before the eye actually strikes. So that's generally what I like to do. I have to prepare for such a long stream then. But that will be on my Friday night. Friday night, okay. Wow, that's. I was gonna say tomorrow night. Okay, that's. I keep forgetting it's AM. We're on Thursday now. All that stuff, but yes, I will certainly do my best to stream then. It's something I have been considering, like something I do want to do, is I really want to donate any money that I make off of the streams to uh, those who are impacted by the storms. Um, because I can get money from my own animations. That's fine. Live streams isn't really my source of income or anything. Just use it as a way to help those in those areas impacted. Can't do anything yet. I can't withdraw until I get $100. So it's like, and I don't really get more than $1 a stream. So, oh, Isabel D, I forgot something. You were asking me about buying me a coffee. Can you do that YouTube thing? I don't know if you know about super chats, all that stuff. I can donate to myself. That's funny. But I don't know if you'd like to do that or not. Shelby says thunderstorm here in Washington. Isabel D said yes, that's what I was looking for. I don't know if you have that option or not. Like if you have any payment info or connected to the thing. That'd be crazy though. The first one I've ever made for the. Do you have a super chat animation? What do you mean by that, Shelby? Super chats. I don't know if you, Isabel D, are you on like computer or are you on phone, mobile phone? Your site doesn't have super. No, I mean on YouTube. Are you able to do that on YouTube? Huh. Okay. Let's see. Are you sure there isn't like a dollar sign on the bottom right of the screen that says anything? Yeah, on the YouTube app. It'd have to be on YouTube. Nope, nope. Okay. I'm gonna see if I'm missing something real quick. Just if I forgot to enable something. I probably did. I have them all on, so I don't know why for me, I can see it. Hmm. I'm gonna try and look that up actually. Okay, so you're on the app itself. I am curious about that. I'm gonna look it up. Gonna ask the trusty ChatGPT about this. Um, yeah, it would be my first. Or are you asking her if it's her first? Whoops. Sorry, didn't mean to chime in like that. Let's see. Where are super chats not allowed? Is it maybe the Philippines? I don't know. Nope. I don't know why that's the case. Just share report. Um, that's weird. Here, I'm gonna test that out. Shelby, can you see the option at all? I'm gonna switch my account. Yes, you can. Okay. That's interesting. I don't know what's the cost for that then. But yeah, that would certainly be my first super chat. I don't know if um, Shelby's giving one. I don't know. Hmm. I don't know. Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna search this up. Hmm. Is it a payment issue or like I don't know if you can pop in someone else's stream and see if it works for that. I don't know what the problem is. Yep, I'll try my best. I don't know if it's a. I mean, it's weird that Shelby can do it, but you can't, so. Let me see how to enable super chat. Alright. Going through and through and through. I already did that, I thought. Yeah, Shelby said that they had the option to do it, so. And so Akita Mix says they see it as well. Hmm. I don't know why everyone else can see it but you. That's weird. I don't know if you have any parental controls on or whatever. It shouldn't be that, but I don't know if you have a. Why wouldn't it show? That's the weird thing. I guess the only thing. Well, Akita Mix, aren't you in the Philippines as well? So it's like. I thought it was just a country issue. But no. I probably didn't update your YouTube. Maybe that could be the issue. Okay, well, I need to quickly mute this. I'm gonna make. Just checking how many views that has. So 2,000, nearly 3,000 views. So that's what this thing would need to get to in order to be my fourth most popular stream. I doubt that's gonna happen. Let me do that. Thanks, Shelby. So then, yep. Well, I'll still be here. So I do think that will reach the most popular stream thing, or my fourth most popular stream. Can't believe that's 3 out of. Wait, no. Let me check the stats again off screen. 4 out of the 5 most popular streams are all Philippine threats. Wow. What do you mean, why didn't you get the money in these live streams? What do you mean by that? We have. Okay, never mind. In 20 seconds. Just looking at the counter in the top left. Now we have officially entered the 5th hour of live streaming. Jaded will ask my friend why. Thank you so much though for watching the stream. Like I said, I'll keep you all updated when it comes out. And, just make sure you have make sure you subscribe, make sure you have the bell turned on, because you'll be able to see when the live stream comes out. Also, those who've come to watch the stream, I also do animations on previous storms, storms like Trammy that recently occurred. Um, yeah, I just do animations on storms, and at the end of the year, I'll do one covering every single one of these storms and the entire typhoon season. So y'all can look forward to that. Make animations on mobile, cool. Right. So what do you all want to talk about for the next 15 minutes before I end the stream? Yeah, hard to make. That would make sense. Yep. Mobile is much more difficult to animate than on computer. I use an animation software called Hit Film Express. In the meantime, what do you all want to talk about? Because there's a good 15 minutes left before I do my wrapping up. Where's the 40 people watching the live stream? Well, right now we're down to 12 people. Hatchi says, oh, whoa, whoa, thank you so much for, wow, there we go. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Oh my god. That came out of nowhere. Wow. Thank you all so, so much for that. How do I do the heart thing? Okay, let's go. Yes. Let's see, how do I do that? Thank you so much. Let's go. Now, I don't know how much that actually is, so. Whoa, what? Okay, that's a good amount. Thank you so much. Seriously, that made it so worth it. I need to do some conversions real quick. Okay, hold on. Conversion currency. Alright, yeah, okay, so that is $8.25. Thank you so much. I think that's what it was. No, $8.50. Thank you all so, so much for that. Thank you. I was just expecting one, so that's really great. Thank you. So that's the most amount of money I've ever made on a stream and everything like that. Yeah, thank you so much. Maddox YT says, "Hi Chase, I'm back. Welcome back. You just missed one of the coolest things ever. Really enjoy the live coverage. Thank you so much." Alright, so the typhoon's continuing to push further inland. Its eastern eyewall is now starting to touch the edge of Luzon right now, meaning that these worst conditions are now going to be passing areas right in here, meaning that basically anywhere who is in this area has already experienced the worst wind, basically. All throughout here would have experienced the worst wind so far. And we have this whole entire area left to go that still hasn't even experienced the worst yet, so nice. I just said this to my group of coverage. Oh yeah, I already did that. I was buying groceries and foods for incoming tropical cyclone Manny. Yes, that is actually a great idea. Those who are in the cone here, right around here, you should all be stored up on groceries, all that stuff. Just have it, be ready to go. There's no harm in doing that, Don't buy things that will go bad easily, but I'm just saying go buy things that early, potentially. Do it before the rush of crowds come in. So, yeah, I'm trying to keep you all prepared, not scared, okay? I don't want to fearmonger you all. Um, Call Me Cal says, I did not know landfall developed a super small eye. Yeah, before landfall, it was very, very small uh, eye, and now it's starting to still be a pinhole eye. It's made its landfall, and now it's just propagating inland. Aylin Ross says, wow, Isabella gave you $8.50. Yes, very appreciative of that. It was $8.50 actually, so it was not just 8, it was 8 and 50, so thank you so much. Shelby says, what about homeless people? What do you mean by that? Are you asking, like, what are they gonna do? I seriously don't know. That's a very grim situation. Let's see. Aylin Rose says, is Manny going to be a typhoon and going to Manila? Well, here, if we take a look at this graph right here, this new cone issued by Pagasa, we can see that this is the rough range that the center could go. Right in here, right in here. So there's a wide range of error that the system could go in. The center of the cone shows the most likely area that the center will go, and it does have it going straight across Manila and Quezon City. So at the time, it appears relatively likely that they could receive a damaging winds from the storm. We don't know if it's going to be a super typhoon or whatnot. We'll see. And of course, as time goes on, we'll have more and more confidence in what will happen. Uh-oh. I just lost my mouse. Please tell me y'all can hear me. Oh god. This is not good. Okay, this is always a worrying sign that the screen crashes or whatever. There we go, I got my mouse back. Please don't tell me everything reset. Okay, good. I'm still here. Yep, okay. Yes, could be super typhoon. Yep, that is certainly a possibility. This doesn't show it, but it's likely already a severe tropical storm, nearly typhoon. It's likely to be a pretty strong typhoon as it enters into the Philippine area of responsibility. Super typhoon is seeming increasingly likely in these areas, and it could make landfall at peak intensity. Really not a good situation. Of course, we'll have more information as time goes on, and when I do my next stream, I'll have a lot more information as to where it's going to be heading. Let's see. Seems like I'm actually going to be streaming for an additional 30 minutes. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. I try to wait until the thing dips down below 500 views an hour. because I might not have to stream. Again, we'll see. It is around 6.5 hours until the next landfall occurs. Maybe the stream is about to become my fourth most popular stream, which is nice. So yeah, now the eye is becoming almost completely clouded over, so you can pretty much tell that the storm is rapidly weakening. It's hitting those mountainous terrains, especially that western eyewall. Probably some major typhoon force gust. Remember, as you go higher with elevation, you get stronger and stronger winds, so and that's certainly a possibility with this. That there's really strong winds going on there. We can take a look at a surface observation right down here, close to landfall. Pressure 998 millibars. Let's take a look at this station right here. 1002 millibars. This is going to rapidly decrease as time goes on. Look at all the lightning that it had earlier. It is hard telling what it's going to do after, if it is going to hit there or not. So I may have to still do another stream. We'll see. Oh, here, I'm just going to say this here just so I can add another comment there. I didn't realize that that was a thing you could do. Here, let's see, go to channel. No, nothing, okay. I don't think Vamco will be same track as Manny. Let's take a look at Typhoon Vamco, see what that storm did. Vamco, no, that's a little bit too far north. The difference with this storm is it's over here and it's going to be doing one of these maneuvers. The most similar scenario was Glenda, or Ramazan. Oh, I can select it to just fan blending, okay. Shelby says pretty violent typhoon, yep. Now, this thing is probably a category 3 now, so it is weakening. We don't have much to tell us how strong it is. This is just eyeballing it. Shouldn't we get a new cone soon? I'm curious. Yeah, we should get a new Pegasa update within the next 8 minutes or so. We'll see. And of course, here is their last update. The signal fly warnings here, even though the storm is actually striking right down here. You can just see the difference where it's hitting versus where the signal fly warning was. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, radar imagery, we can see the outer edge of the core right over here, moving this way towards Santa Ana. Shelby says, what storm do you hate the most? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by hate the most? I don't know if I dislike any storms. ManXYT24 says, but I thought in my mind that if Manny becomes a super typhoon, Manila could experience much higher winds compared to Glenda in 2014 if Manny didn't lose its strength after hitting the Bicol region. Yeah, it's hard telling what the intensity will be. This is a very uncertain thing. We know it's going to try to blow up in intensity. We don't know yet, so just be prepared. Don't be scared, be prepared. So we're nearing around the 6.5 hour mark until it makes its landfall, potentially. We don't know though. I'll certainly have to wake up later and see. I'm gonna give my rough summary now, and I think I'm gonna go for the outro. I don't know, we'll see. Do you not like Irma because it flinged you or flinged your house? No, not like that. Um, I think that let's see, the storm I hate the most is probably 11, or yeah, 11E of this year. Is it this one was such an annoying storm to track. Um, just because of the fact that it was like a tropical depression when it shouldn't have been. It was a complete slop. Got gale force winds when it became a remnant low. Such a weird system. Please sleep like normal, thank you. So here we go. I'm gonna do my general summary. Let's go from each storm, most threatening to least, or least threatening to most threatening. So starting off small, let's go over to Invest 95S, which is likely a pretty nice developing tropical storm. You can see it's a very monsoonal, meaning it's very bandy, right there and there, and here, but it is doing quite well, not really sheared. So the storm could become a Category 1 cyclone out to sea. It is going to go generally this direction and then dissipate somewhere in this area. So that system, not too bad. Next system is going to be Taraji, which is likely a remnant low at this point. I believe so, unless convection was restored. Nope, it is not back yet, so in theory it's a remnant low. Yep, so nothing really much with this system. It is bringing gusty conditions to Hong Kong and mainland China, and it could go on to potentially impact Hainan Island with a little bit of gusty winds or cloudiness. Nothing too big, though. The next system I'd say would be potential tropical cyclone 19L. We could be doing a stream on it on like Friday or Saturday, depending on if it becomes a hurricane or not. Right now, it doesn't seem that way. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with it. If recon does find its centers here, chances are pretty much done, and rainfall is not going to be as bad as expected. If it's more north and stays on this path, up to 20 inches of rain could fall. Not something we can really stream because that's over multiple days. We'll see, and then it could go on to impact the Yucatan, this general area. Could be seeing a stream on Monday. Well, I'm going to be busy Monday, chasing king tides. But then it could go on to impact Florida. We'll see if I chase it or not. And then our next system right now is the current one going on. Alright, or actually, let's see, yeah, if we cover the current one right now, this is a powerful Category 4, or Category 3 right now. It's moving farther inland, moving farther west than forecasted, so it may actually miss those islands, and I wouldn't have to stream if that's the case. We'll see, though. Then if we go over to the big one over here, this is tropical storm, almost typhoon Manyi. It needs to cross this line to gain the name Pepito. Once it does, I mean, it's going to be potentially explosively intensifying on approach to the Philippines. So really anyone in this area should be watching this very closely and get your groceries ready. Be prepared. Don't be freaking out about it. Just be ready for it. And so, also just a heads up, this has become the fourth most popular stream. Someone says, "Can I join your server?" Yes, you can. I'm going to send the link to that real quick. Here, let me send that in stream. I'm sorry, let me send the correct link. There we go. Alright, so, again, thank you all so much for this, and thank you to Isabel D for the donation. That really means a lot. I do my best. Manyi sounds ominous. It'll hit Manila. Pepito doesn't sound ominous. Manyi does. Anyways, yep, bye, choose it. Thank you. Bye. Let me just wait for the outro time. Okay, yep. And so yeah, the next stream will most likely be for Manyi. So thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next major typhoon threat. Bye.